Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. Welcome back. Starting a little bit early, because caught up on everything in real life, so getting some overtime in during the Drops event. Yo, this Drops event is going too long. It goes until Thursday. What? They're trying to kill me. Why are they doing the Drops until Thursday? How dare they give us free stuff for so long? Hey, Marja. Hello, Island. What's up? Oh, no. Oh, no is correct. That is the correct response. You get a fancy shirt. I don't get a fancy shirt. You guys get fancy shirts. I get sleep deprivation. Who are you and why are you wearing Monk Space, Mr. Elliot? What's up, Seth? Well, today, chat, today we got a little bit more new Guild Wars 3 information. There was an interview that Colin, the game director, did with IGN. And it answered a lot of questions about, like, when exactly the time frame is for when Guild Wars 3 occurs, as well as the pricing model of the game. Small spoiler, there's no sub fee yet. I was pretty sure that was going to be the case from the beginning, but that is the case. He says there's no sub fee. It's just buy it once, that's it. So I mentioned the other day when people asked me about this that I was pretty sure it was either going to be that or freemium, but I really wasn't concerned about a sub fee because they're like, we're going to make the evolution of the MMO, and I don't think the evolution of the MMO would still have a sub fee. Why don't you get a fancy shirt? Streamers don't get their own drops, so they have to like end the stream and then start watching someone else's stream for drops, or keep another stream open. And I have not remembered to do that yet. Buy to play? Yes, that is correct. Even Guild Wars 1 was sub-free. Well, Guild Wars 1 wasn't an MMO, but you are correct that it was sub-free. But I would say Guild Wars 1 is like an action RPG, and I don't think I've ever seen an action RPG with a sub fee. I'd be surprised if they changed the sub fee after doing buy to play. Yeah, same. Same. So the Guild Wars 2 model? Basically, yeah. I don't know, like, I don't know if there's going to be like a gem store or anything like that. I would kind of expect it, but I don't know for sure. It's nice to have a bit of faith in the developer. Yes. Are you taking part in the beta? Will it be free during the beta? I don't know anything about it. I applied to be in the beta. I don't know if like the partners will just get in or if I had to apply, so I did apply. But beyond that, I don't know. Wonder how big it's going to be. A few people have had that concern, because like, if it's just ore, well, ore is a set size in Guild Wars 2. Was ore bigger than that? Like, when ore was sunk to the ocean floor, and then some of it was brought back up, was all of it brought back up, or is there more of it still down there? So the landmass is actually larger than what we think. Additionally, they could just do, like, underground dungeons. They could do, like, fast travel things. Like, for example, in Guild Wars 1, when you're outside of Lion's Arch, if you go into the Eye of the North expansion, you kind of just teleport, like, up here. And it's just like, oh yeah, you walked. You know, so they could do something like that. They could have, like, a boat you interact with, and then it just leads to another zone that's, like, on an opposite shoreline or something. Like, really, it would be pretty simple for them to do something along those lines if they wished it. Heck, we could have a fully underwater zone in the ocean. Vashir 2.0. Wonder if it will be open world seamlessly or instance zones again. I don't know. I'd be fine either way. You know, I enjoyed WoW and it was like one big world. I enjoyed other games and they were seamless. Misspoke. I enjoyed Guild Wars 2 and it had the instance zones. So either way is fine as long as it's implemented well. What if the ore in Guild Wars 2 is a small piece the full size of ore? That is what I just said. Yeah. So let me see here. Alright, so like this is ore, And in-game, we've got maybe 40% of it, because there's like a big chunk here that we can't visit. Although I think the Dungeon of Ara, I think that's this part right here. It doesn't really line up, but I think the blue area here is like the Dungeon of Ara. So there's still a lot here that we've never seen. And there could be more that like wasn't, you know, brought back up from the ocean. But they could easily incorporate other stuff just by having like you interact with a boat and then like, we go over here or something. Did you see what the NC Soft guy said? Do you want to comment on it? What did the NC Soft guy say, Kemzam? The scale doesn't have to be the same? Yes, correct. What's this? NCSoft Chief Business Officer Seung UK reckons Guild Wars 3 and A2 are different enough to find their own niches. I can't reveal too much because Guild Wars 3 is under development, but there is a directional difference. Aeon 2 focuses more on mass numbers of players, like RVR. The more users, the better. Guild Wars 3 is more about segments of small groups playing that makes the game more fun. That's all I can say at the moment. So one, like this is poorly translated. But two, I am wondering what they meant by this. Because, like, does that mean there's no World v World? Does that mean there's no world bosses? Like, if I take that at face value, then they're immediately removing a lot of cool stuff. Are we starting early today? Yes. Yes, we is. Mike, I'm downloading Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. It was on sale. Is it worth it? For $4? Absolutely. I have an Is It Worth It video for that game, Irath, if you are interested in hearing my opinions on it fresh when I finished it. There's also the land adjacent to Ore on the map that could be part of Ore. Mm-hmm. Good evening, y'all. Hey, Black Joker.
Haven't been using my Prime sub of late. Figured it was time to start with all the exciting news of late.
Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Those Prime subs add up. Pay my bills. So thank you for it. Show me the gobblers. Let's do that. And that. Okay. Alright, let's bounce through the alts real quick and then we'll get started. Chip just came in and laid down. Sleepy. Vari, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Plus the land bridge. Enjoy the game. Wasn't for me personally, but I absolutely see the appeal to others and it's absolutely worth it for $4. Well, plus it also leads into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 literally picks up minutes after the end of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. So you don't have to play both, but I recommend it. Pet Chip. He just started to doze off, so I'm going to leave him be for the moment. I'll give you the points back. What are you doing right now? I've got a bunch of alt characters that are parked at like treasure chests and stuff, and I'm just like log in, open treasure chest, log out, and it just gets me a lot of near passive income. And that's what I am doing at the moment. Did I see a Buka? Yeah, my oldest non-deleted character is the human engineer. Many years ago, my wife tried this game with me, and she wanted to make a human female Mesmer, so I made a human male engineer to play with her. I discovered the greatness for Asura later. So this guy gets all the nicest birthday presents. Like, I want to get into yours too, but I keep bouncing off because I never feel like I'm making progress. What am I overlooking? Like, what kind of progress are you looking for? Like, it's a game of horizontal progression, horizontal progress. Like, you get to max level really easily, and then there's, like, just tons of stuff to do at max level. You know? So, if you're already max level, then, like, have you done world map completion? Have you finished the story? You know, those are, like, the top two things. Have you tried all the game modes? World v World, PvP, raiding, fractals, open world bosses, you know, stuff like that. Mug discovered bald rat dominance later. They're not all bald. Mine is very aerodynamic, though. I start, and there's this character story that's like my sibling is missing. Well, you picked that story. Like, you pick your starting story at character creation, so that's on you. But yeah, so like for the first 20 or 30 levels, the story you have is based on the choices you made at character creation. And then the next few levels are based on your, like your race. And then there is bits of the story where, like, all of the different races come together in Lion's Arch, and you pick a... You know, there's these different factions that are fighting the Elder Dragons, and you pick a faction to join. So there's, like, 3 different options. And then by level 80, those 3 paths come together and merge into the level 80 storyline, and it's linear after that. But yeah, at the beginning, it's just... It is like, yeah, it's smaller problems, you know? You're just one person. You can't take down the dragons alone. But at the beginning, it's like smaller problems, and then you kind of, you know, rise up through the ranks until you're one of the important people helping deal with the dragon threat. Hope you guys are doing well. Anyone happen to know if there are specific streamers you have to watch to unlock drops? As long as, like, any Guild Wars 2 streamer that has drops enabled on their Twitch channel has the drops going. I have them enabled. But if you want to watch someone else, just make sure that they have them enabled. Most of them put drops in the title. Monk, who do you think is a better face tank? Do not include damage in the equation, only damage resistance. Amalgam or Vindicator? Luminary. I believe Luminary has the highest damage mitigation. Lowest health, though. Like, on top of all the damage mitigation that everybody else has, Luminary also has a thing that gives their party, like, it's like another 10 or 15% mitigation. I don't know of anything else that kind of matches that. He's got the Guild Wars 3 shirt. Boop Starbuck. Oh, I think I've seen them in my chat. If Guild Wars 3 ain't my thing, I know my favorite Guild Wars mode will still be live. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 is not going anywhere. If you end up hating Guild Wars 3, you still got this. Oh my god, dude, I have seen so much misinformation on Twitter about the game. Or like people just saying stuff and it's like not confirmed. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Isn't Reaper super tanky now in his Shroud? Reaper effectively has a second hit point bar. And they want to stay in Shroud because they do way more damage in Shroud, but if they get hit, that depletes the Shroud faster, because it's kind of like a battery for their damage, and it's also like buffer hit points. But yeah, Reaper is considered noob friendly because of that second hit point bar, yes. I bet 70% of Twitter can't read. Yeah, they're mostly DPS mains. I bet Muck was happy to see us in the new game. I was surprised. Any of you that saw my video that I did on all like the races in the like I did a video on like potential races and classes in Guild Wars 3, and I put down Asura as unlikely because most Asura that I knew of were still underground before the year like 1100 something, because Primordus woke up and demons started appearing underground, and then the Asura, the Skrit, and the Dredge fled Primordus to the surface. So I put down that like it's possible but unlikely, because like, Asura are alive during the time frame of Guild Wars 3, but most of them are underground. But then someone told me that there's a Rata that's in Ore, and I didn't know about that. And if that's true, then there's a city of Asura that drowned when it went beneath the waves. But I didn't know anything about a Rata over there. Like, yeah, there's like Rata Sum, Rata Primus, Rata Novus, stuff like that. There's apparently one in Ore somewhere. Rata Patim or something. Hi, chat. Hi, Satan. How's it going? Did I miss anything? What's up, Jenku? No, I got some more Guild Wars 3 news. Some of you may have already seen it. We're going to go through it here in a few minutes. I'll make like a little video for the YouTubes. Let's see. What's in here? Oh, I still got to see what these are. Let's see. Grab that. And salvage the white and blue stuff. That'll clear up a little bit. Newbie in Guild Wars 2, but I have Hot and Puff. Thinking about buying 2 new expansions. Could pick someone here. Recommend me which one to get. Should I go VOE and EOD first or something else? What's up, Belassus? Okay, so VOE is not completely out yet. So you actually get the least bang for your buck with Visions of Eternity because it's not completely released yet. So I wouldn't do that unless it's the last one you need. The next one in chronological order for you would be End of Dragons. And End of Dragons is also one of the 3 larger expansions. Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and End of Dragons were much larger than the expansions that came after that. So, for 2 reasons, I would say get EOD next. Don't forget the French Asuran City, Ratatouille. Ha 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 ha, banned. Okay, alright. Oh, I got a lot of gray items too. Let's see. 8327. Oh, not even a whole gold. Those aren't like fractal gray items, are they? There's Peten just on the edge of the Mount Maelstrom map. I forget that's Asura. The edge of the Mount Maelstrom map. I mean, Mount Maelstrom is nowhere near Ore. Where is it? I mean, I guess it's kind of the left side. Oh, this is the archaeological site. I remember the archaeology. Okay, yeah. There's like a bunch of people here doing like an archaeology dig. I remember this. Okay, so that's Ratapaten. I mean, is that an ore? I mean, that's a hop, skip, and a jump. But, I mean, it could be an excuse to say that Asura were over here, right? Like, it could fulfill that reason. It could be, it's close enough that you could say that, like, oh yeah, they traded, they were on boats and stuff like that. But if there's more over here, I don't know. Oh, I saw an interesting theory from Wooden Potatoes' Blue Sky today. Alright, so Eye of the North, chat. Eye of the North, no one really knows who built it. Like, the Norns didn't build it, the Norns found it. And the Hall of Monuments in Eye of the North is what connects Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 with the Hall of Monuments system. What if, you know how they said we're getting a new ore map in Guild Wars 2? And it's going to help with, like, the introduction of Guild Wars 3? What if the new structure that it becomes like the second Hall of Monuments is in the new zone? I think that's a maybe. That sounds very solid. It's like the second Hall of Monuments might be in Ore. Eye of the South, there you go. Yeah, Eye of Ore. It could be some kind of tower or big structure down here of similar design. And it would be in, like, you know, Guild Wars 2 in the new zone and Guild Wars 3 in one of the first zones we see. Did Mike watch the new interview yet? Partly, and then I saved the rest. We're going to watch it here in a few minutes. It's a core map in Ore, or are we getting more Risen or Unchained? Guild Wars 2 is getting another Ore map. It's part of the core game. I think Eye of the North is probably where the humans enter Tyria, since humans were not originally from Tyria. Maybe. Hey, annoyingly early muck and chat. Annoyingly? I mean, Blue, if I'm annoying you, you can come back in 90 minutes. A raw vaults or something like that. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So, let's get this prepared. Hang on. I have got a few things here related to new Guild Wars news that we received today. And, okay. I think this is everything. So I'm going to go into YouTube mode, chat. Hold on a sec. Let me, we're going to pause the alerts here. All right, I'm going to go into YouTube mode, and we're going to record a video and also, like, react to this stuff at the same time. Okay. Hang on a sec. All right. Hello, fellow Guild Wars gamers. Mukluk here. We've got some new news related to Guild Wars 3. Colin, who is the head of the chunk of ArenaNet who is working on this, did an interview with IGN and revealed a bunch of information that we do not already know. Also, there was a few Reddit posts that gave a few more scraps of information that we did not already know, specifically related to what the pricing model of the game is going to be, and a couple of other items that, such as like the what was the other one? Oh, the timeline. He talked about when exactly in the Tyrion timeline this was going to be. Because at first we just knew, like, okay, it's before 1070. It's before Guild Wars 1. Then it's over 1,000 years before, which is still it's 5,000 years is over 1,000 years. And then we finally got something concrete here. So all of that and more in this episode of Mukluk News. Okay, here we go.
It has been a long time coming, but we now know that it's really real. Guild Wars 3 was just revealed, the next MMORPG from ArenaNet. And here to talk with us as much as we can about it is studio head Colin Johansson. How you doing, sir?
I'm great, thank you. It has been an incredible last couple of days.
Yeah, make some noise, Guild Wars 3!
Thanks, everybody.
So, to kick things off, just can you give us a top-level overview? What are some of the big new ideas driving Guild Wars 3?
Yeah, we've announced that we're going to go into beta at the end of next year, and so we've got a lot of time between now and then that we're going to reveal most of the big ideas behind the game and kind of work our way through that. The two things so far that we've set out as core pillars for the game that we've announced, one of them is joy of movement. I think one of the things that the Guild Wars...
Yeah, one real quick pause here. This creature, I saw a fan theory online recently that said, what if those are war claws? Because when you get a war claw through the World v World quest in Guild Wars 2, they talk about how it's a spirit that inhabits the armor that you're summoning for your mount. And if it's a spirit, that thing could be war claws from a long time ago. Now, it might also be just something completely different, but I thought it was a fun theory.
We've set out as core pillars for the game that we've announced. One of them is joy of movement. I think one of the things that the Guild Wars franchise is known for, coming out of Guild Wars 2 in particular, is offering this really spectacular form of movement in an MMO experience. And we're really trying to push that even further with Guild Wars 3 and asking the question, can we take some of the elements that you would traditionally find in action games and bring those into...
So quick pause here. The joy of movement in Guild Wars 2, I think is there's two sides to this. One is like in combat. Like most MMOs, not all of them, but many of them, like you have to hold still to cast spells. You've got a mana bar that you got to keep an eye on. After combat, you've got to sit down and rest to recover your health and mana. And there's nothing wrong with any of those things, but that's I feel like the industry standard. And then in Guild Wars 2, other than a few very powerful abilities, you don't have to hold still. You could be moving constantly. Your health just recovers very rapidly when you're out of combat. You don't have to sit down and rest. You can constantly be moving if you want to. Same thing with like watching a mana bar, things like that. And the second thing is the mounts. Guild Wars 2's mount system is praised, and the ideas have been copied by many, many things in the industry. I mean, not so long ago, WoW Dragonflight copied the Sky Scale and the Griffin system from Guild Wars 2, And that's not to say Guild Wars 2 hasn't taken some ideas from other MMOs. They have. But it's, a very popular system because, like, original WoW, the mounts are just like a speed increase. The controls are the same. There's no momentum. There's no braking. It's just, you feel exactly like normal, but you're, 60 or 100% faster at the end. That's it. However, with Guild Wars 2, there's, what are we up to, like 9 or more different mounts now, and they've all got different turn rates, they've got different acceleration, deceleration, braking, how well they take corners, different moves they can use in combat, different openers in combat, stuff like that, and it's, widely praised and often, copied by other titles. So Guild Wars 3, the joy of movement, they apparently want to build on top of that even more, and we've already seen that guy wall running. Okay.
Multiplayer MMO experiences to create incredible new forms of joy of movement. And a lot of that is powered by momentum, which is a thing you don't see in MMOs. And so a lot of the movement in Guild Wars 3, your momentum transfers between all of the different things you do, which allows you to really express joy of movement in a unique way in an MMO. And then the other one that we've talked just a tiny bit about, and I'm going to leave it at that today, is our combat system. And I think that MMOs often are viewed as very specific types of combat. And we really wanted to look at, especially with this game now coming to both console for the first time and trying to create a new era of MMOs, we really wanted to ask, how could we take some of the elements that you would find in action multiplayer combat games, or even just action RPGs, and bring those into the MMO space and extend them? And so our combat system is really something very unique that extends out on some of those ideas as well. That's as much as I'm going to say right now.
So, taking ideas from action combat games and pulling them into a Guild Wars 3, I'm really curious what that could mean. Because for example, most MMOs, if you're hitting an enemy, it's just you hit him and his hit point bar goes down. But then you've got some action games where it depends on the spot of the enemy, you hit them in the right arm enough and their right arm goes limp because it's injured and they can't attack you with that arm anymore. The different body parts would have, there's a smaller health bar on body parts, that and also the bigger health bar for the overall creature. Or you've got things like Monster Hunter or Rise of the Colossus, where you can climb on top of the monster and things like that, and you can just get up onto its back or its head and stab it repeatedly if you're a rogue type character. There was Dragon's Dogma, where you could have one, the tank could hold his shield up and then someone else could leap off the shield onto the enemy and start stabbing them. You could do combo action attacks, things like that. So, there's many things he could mean, because, action combat, there's countless games that say they have action combat. I don't know which ones he is borrowing ideas from or, pulling inspiration from. So, we will have to wait and see, but those are just some immediate thoughts off the top of my head.
A little bit of a tease. So we got the trailer kind of looping here. Can you walk us through what we're seeing in the trailer and what were some of the things that you wanted to convey with this trailer?
Yeah, so one of the big things that you'll see there is we're depicting the land of Ur, which is an incredible historical place in the history of Guild Wars. The very first Guild Wars took place there. The gods that originated in our world, we've told many stories in our lore about them existing in Ur and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1.
There it is. That's one of the things that I thought this was absolutely worth covering. 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1. Okay? Guild Wars 1 occurred in the year 1071, which means this is occurring in the year minus 130. Or 130 BE. That's kind of how BC works in the real world. On top of that, I think this is a really good segue to pause the video and tell you about this Reddit post, okay? Colin was asked about the date and if he could clarify. And he said in this Reddit post, "We're still knocking the rust off getting out there and talking about a new game. We need to practice being more specific. That's my bad. We sometimes reference number of years to Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2 without specifying which adds to the confusion. Pretty sure in the lore and the timeline video, I even said thousands of years, which is just a very wide ballpark window and will likely confuse some where Bobby uses the right timeline of over 1,000 years. Whoops. TLDR, our game begins shortly after Grenth becomes a god, before the Exodus or the First Guild War. More info soon." So, I know a little bits and pieces about this. I know Grenth, I believe, dethroned Doom and kind of took his job to become a god. You guys are welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. I consider Wooden Potatoes to be a lot more intelligent than me when it comes to the lore stuff. The Exodus was when the gods were like, we're done with you guys. You couldn't be trusted with magic. We're leaving. And the gods all just whoop, whoop, whoop. And they basically left the mortal plane and went up to, heaven or whatever the equivalent is up there. They've got their own realms. Balthazar has his burning realm, and Melandru has a realm that looks very like, kind of like heaven in movies and stuff like that. So before the Exodus, so the gods have not left yet. But it's after Grenth becomes a god. So this is a lot more specific than anything that we've heard so far. Are we going back in time? No. If you have missed previous videos, this is basically a prequel. To our current knowledge, there is no time travel shenanigans. This is simply, this MMO takes place very much in the past, and so they can tell a whole bunch of stories. Like, for example, the Guild Wars 1 is not named that because you can do guild versus guild PvP. It is named that because there was a thing in Tyria called the Guild Wars that happened, and it was named after that. It's kind of like if we had a historical game that happened right after World War II, and the game was called World War II. Yeah, it would be like that kind of comparison. So this is happening right before the first Guild War, which means this might actually be the first game where we see a Guild War, like the actual one from the lore. So, all right, there's our timeline. Let's continue.
Just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed, and we see this as a really incredible opportunity to go back to a place in our world that there isn't a lot of written history about, but what there is incredibly interesting, and there are a huge amount of the mysteries and the stories behind the entire concept of Guild Wars all originate from this timeline. The other reason that we picked it is we think all of those reasons are awesome for our existing fans and a reason for them to engage. But we're inviting an entire new audience to join this game and to join the Guild Wars franchise for the first time. We're inviting players on PlayStation to come join us and play, and console gamers have never been able to play a Guild Wars game before. We didn't ship Guild Wars 2 on Steam until 10 years after launch. We're going to ship Guild Wars 3 on Steam on day one when we launch this time. And we really wanted to send a message out to everyone that this is a game for everyone to come play Guild Wars right now. And you don't have to have played 20 years of this franchise to understand what's going on in Guild Wars 3. Everybody is coming in on relative equal footing. There is just a small amount of recorded history about this timeline, and so all of our new players and all of our existing fans all get to discover the lore and the timeline and the stories all together. And because there's very little that's actually recorded, even though it is set 1,000 plus years in the past, there's an incredible amount of stuff for people to discover and find out and mysteries to unravel that we think is going to be compelling for everybody. And so you're seeing some little pieces here of ore and some of the spirits that live in ore, the gods that live in ore, and those are just some little...
So, real quick pause there. When he says the gods that live in ore, he's talking about these right here. These are the human gods at that point in time.
And some of the spirits that live in ore, the gods that live in ore, and those are just some little teases for more stories to come later.
All right. So you guys are announcing an open beta in 2027. I know that's a long ways off, but are there any details you can share about your approach to the gameplay this time around in anticipation for that open beta?
I appreciate that. I think I'll take that a little more high level and say one of the really unique things about ArenaNet is we have a very unique approach to making new games. And at most studios, when they start making a new game, they think about what is the gameplay that we want to have, what's the story we want to tell, what technology or cool feature do we want to base this game on. And especially in the case when you're making like part 2 or part 3 of a series, oftentimes the question is, what are all the things we're going to carry forward, and then the new feature we'll add to make it cool. And ArenaNet has never viewed making games that way. We start with player problems, and we make MMORPGs, so we start by asking, what are all the player problems and frustrations in the genre at this time? And back when
Quick pause. I remember when Guild Wars 2 came out, and they specifically said, we don't want to have a holy trinity, and they kind of went back on that. They kind of halfway backpedaled on that, but they didn't want to have just the standard trinity of tank, DPS, and healer. And also they didn't want to have sub-fees. Like, those were things that they considered to be problematic, and they got rid of. Oh my god. Oh, I can't get away from him.
We were making Guild Wars 1. One of the big ones was that every online game had a subscription fee. So we set out to make a game that would have no subscription fees, that anyone could play as much or as little as they want, and they could always play with their friends. When we set out to make Guild Wars 2, we wanted to make a giant open world MMO, the scale of all these other games that were out at the time, and solve for the problems that existed in those types of games. And so we made a world where players don't get put in conflict with one another, where it's easy to play with other players, and other players actually make the game more fun. And starting with those player problems...
So, quick pause on that. Back when Guild Wars 2 came out, at that point in time, when in World of Warcraft was like, let's say someone else found a rare mob, and they were fighting it, and you walked by, and you saw them fighting the rare mob. The best thing for you that you could possibly do is get a bunch of other mobs and train them and try to get them killed so the mob would reset, then you take the rare mob. And that was the kind of behavior that the systems in that game encouraged. Guild Wars 2, like right from the get-go, if someone is fighting a rare mob and you join in, one, like you get a copy of the loot. Two, their combat finishes more quickly because you joined in. Even if you joined in for greedy reasons, it helps both people. The first person is done with their fight faster. Maybe you save them. The second person gets a copy of the loot. So they just, right from like the get-go, they have done systems like this to encourage it to where even if you're doing it for the wrong reason, you know, you're doing a good thing.
Our core means every one of our games is very, very different. They take place in Tyria, they draw from the same like core lore, but they're on different timelines and they're very different game experiences because they solve for different problems in the era of game that we're making it in. And we feel like right now, the genre that we make our game in the MMO genre, and we've consistently heard this from all of you too, that you feel like this genre is ready for something new, that it is stagnated, that we've all been playing the same games for the most part for over a decade.
It's ready for high guard.
And I think this is when ArenaNet's at its best, when we challenge ourselves and say, let's go solve for the problems and innovate. And it's risky, it's a challenging thing to do. We could trip and fall flat on our face by trying to...
Resource competition as well. Yeah, like you could have, in early WoW, you might like find a mithril vein, and you would run up to it and there's mobs, and you're fighting those mobs, and while you're fighting the mobs, someone else could run up and start mining the vein. And you would be fighting for your life and like trying to cuss them out at the same time. Major multitasking. But in Guild Wars 2, all of us see separate nodes. We see separate trees to chop down. We see separate, crops that we can pick up, stuff like that. And because of that, like, you don't suddenly get mad at somebody else if you see them chopping down a tree. It's such a simple thing, but...
It's a challenging thing to do. We could trip and fall flat on our face by trying to invent new ideas and then wrap our game around those. But I don't think game genres move forward unless people are willing to do that. And so we are going to fearlessly charge forward and try a bunch of new ideas. And we really hope people love them, and we're going to find out over the next couple of years.
I fully agree. Now I want to go back to that the no subscription model.
In WoW, you had to fight over nodes, question mark? Yes. So in early WoW, now it's been a while since I played WoW. I don't know if they've changed this, but for most of WoW, if like someone mined a node, that node vanished off the map until it respawned hours later. Like there was a finite amount of resources on a map, and there was no instances of a map. It's just like there was one of that map, and if someone mined that node, it's gone for everyone for a while.
But first, we actually have some exclusive artwork that came through. If we can pull that up, and if you can just kind of walk us through what's...
Ooh. Okay, we have seen this artwork, but it was cropped right here. This archer dude wasn't in the shot. And is that an upside down city in the background? It's like WoW Shadowlands back there. Very interesting. So yeah, we've seen this picture, but it ended right where my mouse is, right here. This bit over here was not on what we saw.
What's happening here?
I can. So first off, kudos to Kekai, one of our incredible concept artists who made this piece early on in development. And this is really an inspiration piece going back to what are we trying to do with combat in this game?
Oh yeah, someone pointed out there's someone here that's like sprinting or falling or something. They're like really low to the ground. There's the archer, and then there's this guy doing like the anime lightning sword slash. It looks like he just like cut through this thing's arm. And is this guy looks like he's got... Okay, for a second I thought his arm was made of water. Like he was elemental, but now I'm thinking that this guy like froze the arm, like it's like frozen and shattering. And then I love this. It looks like he's got like a part of a tree trunk as like a shield on his arm.
And you know, I mentioned earlier one of our goals is to take elements you would traditionally find more in action games and to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO experience. We started from the very beginning having this game be playable both on a controller and mouse and keyboard, and challenged ourselves, can we make a combat system that feels awesome on both? Which is generally not the case for MMOs. They tend to start as mouse and keyboard and then get ported to a controller later. And a lot of the great inspirations that we could find are single player RPGs or multiplayer RPGs, but not MMOs so much in that space. And so,
not from MMOs, but I've had so many bad experiences of a game that, like, I've said this before, but if a game says, like, this is for controller, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going to complain about it. It's not for me. I'm not purchasing that product. That's not for me. But if they say supports mouse and keyboard, and I buy it, and I find out that it was, like, made for controller, and they did the most half-assed attempt at making it work on mouse and keyboard, it's really noticeable. It's like ordering a burger with no pickles, and they put pickles on it, but then they caught it before it left the kitchen, and then they pulled it off, but the pickle juice has already tainted the whole product. Like, you can tell. Like, it's... You can tell. So, it's... I hope that it's not like that. The worst is the item wheel. When you've got like one button that's like next item, next item, next item, and another one that's use item. So it's like you're rolling through the wheel trying to find your healing potion.
So this concept art piece really is aspirational.
Say the name
for
of
us.
the games, dude. There's so many, like the Horizon games, some of the God of War games, Elden Ring. Loved Elden Ring. I cleared it. I got good. The controls on mouse and keyboard were terrible. It's awful.
So this is the type of experience we want to chase after. Can we make more action combat in a way that you wouldn't have seen in an MMO before?
So going back to that subscription model, the first Guild Wars was notable for being, you know, one of the only, if not the only, MMOs out there that didn't.
Even the people that work at ArenaNet themselves have said that they don't consider Guild Wars 1 an MMO. But I get what he's getting at.
Require a subscription. You're continuing that with Guild Wars 3, and I wonder, how does that influence how you build and design the game?
It's a great question. I think you have to think about questions like that fundamentally from the very beginning as you construct your game. And I think we have a very long history at ArenaNet. Again, when you start with solving for player problems and making games for players first, it forces us to ask a lot of these questions. How do we make a game that players can play as much or as little as they want? I think there's a lot of challenges with the MMO space right now where there's a perception for players, and I'm sure many of you have felt this, of like, hey, somebody tries to tell you to go play this next great MMO, and your first reaction is, I don't have time for that. It's like a second job, and you have to basically give up a chunk of your life to engage with many MMOs. And I think that perception and solving for that perception is something that we've always wanted to continue to solve for at ArenaNet. We started it with no subscription fees. Our concept of horizontal progression, where you can play our game for a while, take a break, go play other games, that's okay. We don't have anything that's holding you hostage to keep playing, and then come back when you see something cool you want to play again. All of that inspiration and concept is being applied to Guild Wars 3 as well.
I think a big part of that is it's twofold. One is the subscription fee thing. I'm sure some of you have maybe like it can be a game, it can be a gym membership, it can be just something else. It could be anything. But if you're paying for a subscription fee, there might be a night where you have free time and you're like, I really don't want to play bleh, but I paid for it, so I should. You know, and you kind of like some part of your brain in the back is like forcing you to play the thing, even like if it wasn't for the sub fee, maybe you'd play something else that night. And like the other thing is like in the gameplay. You know, if you've got a vertical progression MMO, you constantly feel like you've got to keep up with everybody else. You know, your gear goes out of date. You didn't play in a month, you can't tank dungeons anymore. You're too squishy. You got to get the new gear first. You know, things like that. Or like, oh, you haven't logged in every day to do your dailies. You're going to have to do dailies for 2 weeks to catch up to us to be able to get into here. Stuff like that. Like all of those are things I've seen before. But if you don't have those, then people can play and, you know, come and go and come back. I've heard the devs of Path of Exile say something similar. They were like, we know that when we release a new season, huge influx of players, and as they finish it and they tire of it, our numbers taper off. And then when the next season comes out, they all come back. That's fine. We're not trying to keep people here 24/7. We know that they'll play our game first season, they'll go play something else. They'll play our game on the next season, they'll go play something else. And they've recognized that, and they've built around that, and have been hugely successful because of it.
And I think, you know, I will note, I think there's become a modern version of the subscription that we've seen evolve over the last few years, and even longer than that, in battle passes and paid battle passes, where it's basically a subscription kind of hidden and wrapped with other stuff around it. And I think we've challenged ourselves to ask the same question. Can we make a game like this that doesn't have a subscription fee and doesn't have a battle pass fee buried in it as well? Because we think players...
Black Desert Online. BDO has that. I enjoyed BDO for about a year. BDO has got no sub fee, but it has a thing in the game where it's like there's an optional sub. And if you do it, it's like your bag space is doubled, your bank space, the banks is doubled, your XP gain is increased by 50%, you start auto-looting stuff around you. Like, it's a much better experience. And so it's like, yeah, it's not required, but come on. Like, it kind of feels like playing like the trial of the game versus the full game without doing it.
Players are sick of those two. And so this will be a game, you can buy it, you can play it as much or as little as you want. We will respect our players' time, and if they love it, we'll have other stuff that they can buy from us in the future, but we're not going to hold their time hostage, and we want them to be able to go play other games. And hopefully, I would highly recommend they should go check out Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, because we just announced
Excellent
this weekend
segue,
that we're going
Colin.
to keep supporting those far into the future as well.
Well, there you go. Love to hear that. I have so many questions, but unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So thank you so much to Colin for joining us here at IGN Live to talk all about Guild Wars 3. You can wishlist it now for Steam, PlayStation 5, and register at guildwars3.com for a chance to start playing as soon as the beta begins in fall 2027. We have so much more happening here around the summer of gaming, including interviews with the director of Control Resident. So stay tuned to IGN Live.
So just to show, we showed this in a previous video, but if anyone didn't get the message, guildwars3.com, there is a newsletter and beta sign up. You click on this and you can input your email address, and then you receive an email and you click a link to confirm it, and that's it. And then you should start getting stuff in your inbox when they have new news, and there's a chance that you can get into future betas to play the game early. So I myself did that, but that's right there if any of you need it. So we saw the whole video. For me, the biggest new takeaways was the pricing model and the timeline in the game. We already went over this. There's one more thing, and this is kind of... I couldn't really confirm this one. Supposedly, a quote from a PC Gamer article from the Aeon 2 producer. So, NCSoft, which is above ArenaNet. NCSoft has a lot of other products, I misspoke, such as Aeon. And apparently, in this article, NCSoft Chief Business Officer Seung-Uk Bake, I apologize, I probably butchered that, reckons Guild Wars 3 and Aeon 2 are different enough to find their own niches. I can't reveal too much because Guild Wars 3 is still under development, he said, but there is a directional difference. Aeon 2 focuses more on massive numbers of players, like RVR. I don't know what that is, maybe Realm versus Realm? The more users, the more fun. Whereas Guild Wars 3 is more about segments of small groups playing that makes the gameplay more fun. That's all I can say at the moment. So I don't know. There's so much information I don't know that I can't really make a decision on how I feel about this. Because, like, at face value, it's like, oh, there's no World v World, there's no world bosses, there's no raids, you know? But maybe he's just saying that the bulk of the game is, like, party system stuff. You know, like 5-man content or 4-man content or whatever the party size is going to be. So I wouldn't get too upset about this yet, because we're missing some key information here. You know, don't be the typical Twitter user here, like, oh, they said World v World is dead. I don't know. I hope there's a World v World, because a lot of people love it. But I don't know. I thought it was worth adding this, but at the same time, include multiple grains of salt, because there's a lot of things we don't know that I think are needed to fully appreciate what he meant by this quote. And that's it. That's what I've got for today. So we've got I'll have links to all of this if you want to like rewatch or reread any of this. But IGN had this interview that had a few new juicy bits of information. Caught Colin here on this Reddit post that was sharing a little bit more information. The game beginning shortly after Grenth becomes a god, but before the Exodus or the first Guild War, and more info soon. So that's it. That's it for today. A couple more juicy bits of information about Guild Wars 3, which is entering beta next year, and I'll let you guys know when I find out some more. There we go. Done and done. Okay. I'll turn the alerts back on. There we go. Okay. Maybe a pseudo MMO direction then. Maybe. Guild Wars 2's world bosses are already smaller than Aeon's Realm vs. Realm. I don't know what Realm... Okay, I've never played Aeon. What is RVR? Is that PvP, like world versus world? Or are you fighting, like, big bosses? Like, what is that like? I don't think they will do World v World or Realm vs. Realm. Eon 1 became a gamble game. I'm ready for the Guild Wars 3 Onion Guide. Oh god, that guy. Serious business mode went poof. Let's see. What? Chip just woke up. I'm getting fussed out. Okay. Squish. Realm vs. Realm was coined in Dark Age of Camelot. It is like World v World. Gotcha. Okay. Hang on a sec. Oh, the mic is kind of... There we go. This dude is fussing at me. My inclination is it will throw back to Guild Wars 2 mixed with Warframe / Breath of the Wild / Crimson Desert. All of those things? That's a lot of things. 100% less people on screen equals better FPS and higher graphic capability. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine visual clarity is something that they've learned is, can become a problem with Guild Wars 2. And hopefully Guild Wars 3 will be built from the ground up with, that in mind, that can be a problem. I can't find the Guild Wars 3 t-shirt. What's the command to try and fix it? Exclamation, no drops. All one word. Exclamation, no drops. Isn't this a prequel? That's such a narrative leap backwards. Huh? There's a lot of games that make prequels. What do you mean? Mark, have you played Blasphemous 2? No, I have not. Are you going to hand the Guild Wars 2 poster below your Guild Wars 2 on? What? That's not a sentence. Please try again. 100 people on World Boss would explode any PC on Unreal Engine 5. Imagine 50 people on Action Combat in Guild Wars 3. I'm ready. I'm ready. Knight, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Okay. Let's see. Why don't you open your loot bags? I will once my inventory fills up. It's not full yet. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna make a thumbnail real quick. Do MMOs make prequels after their second title? That's like single-player, co-op kind of genre. I mean, there's no rule that they can't do that. I mean, it's... I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like you're unhappy that there's a prequel, and that's totally fine. Like, if you're not into it, that is totally okay. But at the same time, I mean, there's no ban on making prequels. It's totally okay that they do that. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. All right. Give me just a minute here. All right. And thumbnail downloader. Will there be a new stream of Erna.net about Guild Wars 3? What is that sentence? A lot of people pressing enter before they read what they wrote. All right. that. Returning player, what should I grind to prepare for the Guild Wars 3 Hall of Monuments? So, in the coming months, they are going to start working on releasing the Guild Wars 3 Hall of Monuments system. So we are going to get a like list of achievements and stuff in Guild Wars 2 that we can do that will unlock stuff in Guild Wars 3. That is on the way. That is not out yet. So right now, just play the game and enjoy. You know, there's more coming. There's more information coming. All right, let's see. New GW3 information. Let's play with the font size. Tower. Lions Wizards Tower. And just see tons of people. I mean, even in both Guild Wars 1 and 2, you can see all the other players in the town. But Guild Wars 1, when you go out into the wild, the wild is an instance just for you. Guild Wars 2, the whole world is open, and it's only when you go into like dungeons and fractals and raids and stuff like that, then it's just for you. But also they had a system where, and this took, wow, a long time to copy, which I think in WoW it's like shards or something, but if we have like too many people doing the Octovine, it will just spin up a new map of the Octovine. So we can have like 5 different maps of the Octovine happening at the same time. Let's see. Okay. I hope it's open. Thing is, I've played games that I've super enjoyed that were open and others that were instance, so I think I'm fine either way, as long as they do it well. Like, I don't have a preference right now. Star Wars did it quite well. We knew where we were headed, yet the prequels were quite entertaining. You have 1,000 years of story to explore. Yeah, like, dude, I'm not even, like, a massive Star Wars fan. Like, I enjoyed watching the movies once. But what is it, like, Knights of the Old Republic? I really enjoyed that game. And that was way before the movies. So, it's like, if you're just like, oh, well, we know what happens later, so this is pointless. It's like, okay, well, maybe, but KOTOR was a great story. It was a really good story. Turn off caps lock. What's your opinion on the current role compression situation / meta in Guild Wars 2? Do you think it should or shouldn't carry to Guild Wars 3? Okay, every MMO I've played, there was a few things I loved about it, which I wish the others would copy. Okay? When it comes to roles, I definitely think in Guild Wars 2, I would take a few things from some other games. Like, in Guild Wars 2, you basically have the healer is in charge of almost everything. There's one thing that the healer's not in charge of, and that's just simply because it's not physically possible. And then one DPS will handle that thing, and then the other 3 DPS just attack. That's it. So I very much wish there was less on the one person, right? Like, as it is right now, we've got, like, quickness, alacrity, 25 stacks of might, fury, swiftness, regeneration, vigor, protection, Aegis on demand, stability on demand, healing on demand, condition cleansing on demand, and then also doing, like, the mechanics. And it's like, I'm up to 14 things right now, just counting on my hand. There's so much that we put on just, like, that healer role, and the other people, like, don't even know the fight. So I very much wish it would, hope it would be split up a little bit more. I still love support roles, But, like, for example, you could have a healer and a buffer / debuffer be 2 separate jobs. Like, that right there, you could just split that. Healer, tank, DPS, CC, buff, good. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Just a second here. Let me process this for the YouTube audience. To be fair, that is mostly pig lug thing. What? Pug thing. In statics, that stuff is usually not as compressed. Yeah. Guild Wars 3 is coming? Yes. Yeah, we just found out the other day. Sure, it's a prequel, but what if it's a timeline split? 2 timelines, the past changes and the other timeline continues in the future? It's possible. So half expansion, Mike. We do not know for sure that there's no time travel shenanigans involved. I've seen some fan theories that Vlox, who is currently running around with semi-phenomenal, nearly cosmic power in Guild Wars 2, is going to do something, and he's going to Thanos snap, and it's going to send us into the past where Guild Wars 3 happens. I personally do not believe that the Vlox thing and the Guild Wars 3 story beat are going to be related at all. I don't think they're going to be connected at all. But, is it possible? Yes. No one here can dispute that, because we don't know. Personally, I think that they are going to be just completely separate things. But I think it's just going to be a long time ago, and they will have their own stories to tell, and that is it. Let's see, July 7th. Guild Wars 3 price models and in-game year revealed. Okay, and then where is the video? Gotta give credit to the video. What do you mean by separating healer and support? So one of the games that I loved was EverQuest. EverQuest had a role that was like Enchanter and Bard could fulfill it. And basically, if an Enchanter or a Bard was in your party, they could do a buff that made your mana rapidly regenerate, so there was less recovery time. They could do very powerful buffs, like increasing the melee people's attack speed and the caster's mana regen. So everybody loved having them around. They also had a thing called Mez, which is short for mesmerize. Like if, let's say you messed up and you accidentally got 5 powerful monsters attacking the group, the Mesmer or the Bard could do moves called like Flash of Light or Color Spray and just like basically blast them with like a seizure, and they would just sit there like this for a few moments, like they'd been flashbanged. And then your group could kill them one at a time. Like any damage would break the effect, but it was like a crowd control that broke on damage. And it allowed one person to focus on just keeping them all locked down while the party would kill them all one by one by one by one. And it was a support role. Like these people excelled in buffing and debuffing and keeping the situation under control, but they weren't a damage dealer, they weren't a tank, and they weren't a healer. And it was a role I very much enjoyed, but only some MMOs have that role. Like, for in our game, for example, the healer in the buffer is the same person. You know, it's not split up into separate things. Where's my thumbnail at? That's it. There we go. Do that. Okay. Let's see. GW3, Guild Wars 3. Is there a Guild Wars 3 section of YouTube yet? No, there's not. I'm probably going to end up checking that every day. In Guild Wars 1, Mesmer was kind of a support, because I would say that in Guild Wars 1, a Mesmer excelled at crowd control. Like, interrupting the enemy, draining their mana bar, preventing their mana bar from regenerating, and basically just making someone else way less effective at anything. Now, they could do damage and stuff like that, certainly, but... Imagine the Vlock Snap is removing the Elder Dragons from Tyria. I mean, they're mostly dead. They're mostly gone. Oh, I forgot one thing. Hang on a sec. I need to do the ending card. Wow, was this... Did we talk for 30 minutes during this? Hold on, let me double check. All right, hello fellow Guild Wars gamers, Mukluk here. We've got some info soon, so that's it. That's it for today. A couple more juicy bits of Alright, I'm surprised. I didn't think I yacked for that long. Because it was like a 10-minute video and I turned it into a 30-minute react. Whoops. Backfire in Guild Wars 1. Yep. Have you seen the Guild Wars 3 reaction compilation video? I have seen multiple of them. There was a... Well, I've seen at least 2, I think, that have been sent to me. I think I look pretty stupid in both of them, but yeah, I got the gist of it. Okay, now I just gotta let that process for a bit. Different roles come down to priorities. A support's role of increasing party damage and decreasing enemy stats could out-prioritize personal DPS. Yes. Yeah. Like, again, going back to EverQuest, I played a Shaman, and Shamans had buffs that lasted like 30 minutes to an hour you'd put on your party, but they could buff like almost every stat in the game. Like, you could buff strength and agility and dexterity and armor class and maximum hit points, and just like, was it like wisdom and intelligence, running speed, and you would need to do a new round of buffs like every 30 minutes to an hour, but in between those, your main job was shred the enemy's resistances so that other people could land spells, and slow the enemy's attack speed. Those were the main things. Am I the only one playing Dragon Bash and going, ooh, piece of candy? Yes. I wonder how Guild Wars 3 is going to handle audio. PlayStation, you can have players talk to each other regularly in party. Anyone else think ANET actually did development strides in in-game party audio? Not sure. I've only ever played PlayStation, like visiting a friend. Turning into wooden potatoes, that kind of time usage? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mike, do you have a feeling that they might bring the Holy Trinity to Guild Wars 3? I don't know. They didn't do the Holy Trinity in either of their past games, and they say that this is the next evolution of an MMO, so I'm inclined to say that no, I don't think they will. I don't think they'll do it again. Like, I'm saying, once again, I don't think they're going to do that, is what I'm trying to say. Clerics, get out your Paradons. Yep. It'll be the Elden Ring of MMOs. The Elden Ring of MMOs. Wooden potatoes would make it 3 hours. 3 hours? Oh my. Let's see. My hope is that they'll refine the original concept of damage support and control from Guild Wars 2, launch into something more like what they wanted. Like, I will say that although I loved tanking for many years in WoW, tanking in many games kind of makes the game look stupid. And what I mean by that is if Onyxia, and I'm just going to take big famous dragon in WoW, Onyxia is attacking the gnome and pigtails. There's 24 other people blasting her in the back with frostbolts and fireballs and arrows and gun bullets and stuff, and she ignores them because she really hates that gnome and pigtails. And it's kind of stupid, because like if you've got a monster and the monster's hitting someone and it's not working, you would think the monster would eventually turn and try hitting the people in the dress. You know, just stuff like that. So, I do think that in our game, the monsters seem a little bit more intelligent most of the time because they just do whatever they want. You can't really lock them down, you just have to respond to it. So I wouldn't mind if there's no tanking, but I do want to see support roles simply because I really enjoy them. But if they have all those things, then that's fine. To be fair, I also hate gnomes. Yes. Onyxia just hates gnomes. That's it. Just really hates gnomes. You know, I've been enjoying this reward track in World v World because I keep getting more relics unlocked that I didn't have unlocked. It's cool. Let's see. Don't run this. So I was considering different builds to like try out today. Let's see. This might be suicide, but I'll try this for a bit. Oh, I was also considering hiding the wizard hat in World v World. Because people are able to find me way too easily. Because when you're fighting someone on the enemy team, you can't see their name. But if someone sees me, like, my outfit's too famous. My outfit's too famous. We gotta mix it up. Oh, yeah, here we go. I just run around in the maid outfit. No one ever expects maid luck. Let me see what else we got in here. Heart of Thorns t-shirt. Paragon outfit. Little Balthazar. Ritualist outfit. It's the staple. I know. I'm behind enemy lines. Let's see. What outfits are for sale? There's a lot of outfits for sale right now. Oh, I kind of like this one. OnlyFans? Only Mux. Oh my gosh. Yo, look at that cleavage. Holy smokes. That is too much for my male Asura. The Buzz Lightyear armor. Oh, man. The new bear head on Asura looks like an Ewok. Let's see. Spoopy Muck. I used to wear that one on my Necromancer. Scrapper helmet. That makes me think of weapon types. You think we'll get any weapon types in Guild Wars 3? Like two-hand axes that never made it to Guild Wars 2? That's another thought. Oh, the Giga Wizard hat. No one expects the Giga Wizard hat. Oh, wow. That's kind of rad. I like that it has the ear holes, too. Where did I get this? Alliance Field Operative Medium Helmet. Fully upgraded Guild Wars 2 Visions of Eternity Elite Specialization. Oh. Oh. Could do that. Oh, what else on the... What's in the style section? What do we got? The breezy swim bikini. I'm looking for helmets. No. Just go in there like Clark Kent, like I just have some glasses on. No one will see it's me. No one will expect it. Oh, there's that Traveler robe. I kind of wish I had that Synergetics hoodie right now, but it's not for sale at the moment. You don't have the bear head? I don't want the bear head. I am fine without the bear head. There was another... Maybe it's no longer for sale. I swear there was another thing in here that I thought looked pretty cool, but I don't see it anymore. It was like a... It was like a helmet and a cape. And I just thought the helmet looked cool. Doesn't everyone just focus the Asuras? Not always. I'll just keep it for now. If we die, we die. Alright. Same outfit, but in red. No one expects. There's a lot of enemy dots over here, guys. My partner and I focused the Gale shots. Muck would be safe. Oh, man. Oh, should I get a... Should I put Signet of Renewal on the bar? Maybe. What are we doing World v. World? Violence. Changed my build slightly. Let's see how this goes. Whoa. I got booped. That is a clone. Why am I getting... What? Dude, it's over there and I'm getting knocked down repeatedly. What team is Monk on? The green one. There's so many people there. That's a lot of people. They got through the door. They're inside the walls. Start taking down these shield generators. Thought you were purple team? Not the purple team today.
Vacate these premises.
Yeah, I think if you're close to the enemy, I think the short bow is capable of more DPS. I thought he was bouncing, he was just jumping. Fable pre-order just went live. Will you be playing that? I might try it. I played Fable 1 just like last year, and I was pretty bored. I finished it, but I found it pretty dull. Maybe it was just, like, amazing for its time or something, you know? But, would I be willing to try it? Yeah, absolutely. I'm willing to try it. Gothic 1 Remake. I've already requested a key. Yeah, that's another one I'm willing to try. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're coming back. They want these cheeks. I could waypoint behind them. Don't know if I should. Doesn't look like the blob is coming this way. Mug, is Beastly Warden still busted for a leveling build? I watched it all as your Jeff Bezos destroyed all. It's pretty good. It is pretty good, yeah. They minorly nerfed it, but it's still very good. Ink frogs.
Beep beep I.
Oh, he used Vengeance, so he's back up. Nice. Okay, well, we won a... Me and this other person won a 2v2, along with some frogs. Oh man, that Tempest I'm with is tanky. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, the Tempest is certainly... I think the Tempest might be a viewer. They seem to be trying to stay nearby. That Tempest is a trooper, but I had to fall back. There's too many on me. Fane, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Mug, do you think the Guild Wars 2 Hall of Monuments will have anything to do with Guild Wars 2 Hall of Monuments? What? Do I think the Guild Wars 2 Hall of Monuments will have anything to do with the Guild Wars 2? Oh my god. Didn't I say like 5 minutes ago, y'all press enter too fast? How are you guys doing? What's up, Guild Wars community? That's one heck of a name. Guild Wars 3. What? My bad. Which one was Guild Wars 3? Okay. I need to stay dismounted while my astral power fills back up. When will Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 3 start? Is there a date? They said after Visions of Eternity after Visions of Eternity finishes, which is later this year, they will start rolling out the Hall of Monuments patches. So the first one will be core game, along with a bunch of core game improvements, such as the Zaitan fight rework, stuff like that.
Swarm them.
Wrath, I mean, we just talked about that. So there's going to be Guild Wars 2 achievements that unlock stuff in Guild Wars 2 and 3, just like how there is stuff in Guild Wars 1 that unlocks stuff in 1 and 2. Whoa. Something lit me up there. I think Mike just enjoys World v. World. I have been lately, yes. Not sure if I want to keep this build. Got the Virtuoso down in the back. Nice. Any website you recommend for Guild Wars 2 builds? Depends on the game mode you're doing. Guild Gym is really nice. They've got a bunch of stuff. This Guardian is nearly unkillable. Just cleaving on the downstate of Voker, trying to make sure that they don't get the res if I can. Oh, why didn't I stealth there? That might be me dead. Yeah, that's me dead. I fired a stealth me arrow, but it did not work. That is the downside to the defensive skills on the longbow versus the shortbow, is they have to connect. So if like you have a knockback arrow and you have an arrow that makes you go invisible, but they both have to hit the target for you to get the effect. If they don't connect, you don't get the thing. I don't know about the smoke skill. Do not know about the smoke skill. Could try Jacaranda. It's, wait, what the hell? Okay, there we go. What's the new info for Guild Wars 3? We just went over it for the first, like, 30 minutes of this stream. Hang on. If it's done processing, I was about to publish it as a video. Give me just a second. Make sure this works. All right. Yeah. Okay. So all the new info is right there. And I'm going to make this go live in just a second. What? Why did YouTube add 18 ads to this video? It does, like, one is fine. It's a 30-minute video, YouTube. It doesn't need 18 ads. YouTube's like, don't you want the money and less subscribers?
Thanks, Muck.
Thanks, Muck. You're welcome. Muck, what's your thoughts on Guild Wars 3 potentially not having a large player count content? So I guess no meta events, war bosses, etc. We have not heard that. Holy shit. I actually talked earlier. I was like, this is a scrap of information that people should take with salt because we do not know what other information is supposed to go with this. And now everyone's like, they said no world bosses. No, they didn't. They did not. I will say, if the whole world is instanced or something like Guild Wars 1, that's fine. I do hope that there's large-scale PvP somewhere in the game, though. Because as you can see, I kind of like it. Will there be horses? That's an excellent question. I don't know. I do not know if there will be horses. That didn't work. Wow. I literally, my screen got blinded for a second and I was dead. Willbender. That's odd. The soul beast that's jumping up and down on my body and like throwing all the siege on me. Usually that's a flex, like haha, I owned you, but he didn't even participate in the kill. I named all my ranger pets to horse in support of the prejudice they seem to receive from ArenaNet. I still think it would be funny if there's horses in Guild Wars 3 and we have to wait like 3 Guild Wars 3 expansions to find out what happened to them. Doom was salty and took the horses. Doom took the horses. Hey everyone, good time to be a Guild Wars fan. Hell yeah. I'll probably lose this one. I'm gonna give it a shot. I don't know if I 1v1 that or if that other person joined in or not. Favorite food, Muk? I don't know. Orange chicken. Condi Longbow? Yeah, I saw it on Paper Roll's YouTube channel. Been trying it out. It's a hybrid build. It's using grieving stats, which is like, it has power and Condi. And it used sharpening stones, so the longbow does both. I don't know if I'd swear by it, but I'm having fun right now. Might go back to the short bow option later. Yeah, I'm gone. There's too many here. Oh. Yep. Bad timing. Left the camp, ran into 50. Bad timing. My Twitch drops are bugged. I can't claim them from the Twitch website. I had to open a ticket. Hopefully no one else got the drops problem. So if you clicked claim, like if you earned the drop and you clicked claim and then you didn't get it, we know the solution for that. And it is in... Why can I not type in my own chat? Am I having like a lag spike or something? Oh wow, it's like really slow. Anyway, I am putting it in the chat right now. That solution's not working. I'm literally getting an error on the drops inventory page on the Twitch website. Okay, well, okay, so that's... The solution is to a different problem than the one that you're having then. Okay. Why is this person still following me? Ah. Dang it. Why are there people constantly following? Dude, I'm about to swap to EU. I'm trying to just run around on my own. It's just like a cloud of people just keeps chasing me. Like on my own team. I had the same issue. I already clicked the look for drops, nothing else, open the ticket. Gotcha. That's all you can do then. Oh wow, both of those got like 5-minute cooldowns. Paparazzi? Dude, I guess so. Let me see. Do I still have relative speed? Probably change that to Wayfinder for this build, because this build does not have constant swiftness. Twitch having problems right now, won't even load the drop page. Well, if that's the case, then you just have to check back later. Evening Muck got a barium salt test coming this week. Am I going to die? No, it was nothing. When I did the barium swallow test, it, like, it's kind of like you drink a almost flavorless milkshake. It's kind of chalky. and then they'll put like the straw up to your mouth, and they'll be like, get a mouthful, okay, hold it, okay, swallow the mouthful, okay, take a sip, okay, drink the sip, and like they'll give you a bunch of like different instructions to do different forms of swallowing the stuff while they are taking pictures. And then they'll give you like a pill to swallow to see how that goes down, and then they'll give you like a very different consistency of the stuff, like a thicker consistency of it. But it's nothing. I mean, unless you just absolutely hate the taste of the stuff, which, you know, is possible. I was hoping fall damage would get him. I'm more of a texture person, so it's probably going to be rough. Oh, well. You'll just have to get over it. You'll just have to get over it. One funny story from the barium swallow test that I did is, like, they had me horizontal. Like, imagine, like, you're laying in bed, but then they had, like, a straw up to my mouth, and then they were like, all right, take a sip, take a sip, take a sip, take a sip, blah, 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 blah. You know, I did whatever they asked me to do. And then after all of that, then they stood me up, and I was like, bleh. It's like everything kind of situated to its, you know, proper place. And I just had like a huge belch, and then like one of the lab people was like an old woman, and she was like, "That's okay, sweetie. It happens to everyone. Let it out. Let it out." What weapon build is this? Staff and... Hang on a second. Staff longbow. Yeah, this is kind of entertaining. I don't know if I like this more than the other build I was running with the short bow, though. Like, I've got more range. Like, less damage output, but more range. But I'm squishier. So if they get close to me, I have less of a chance of staying alive with this. Chan wants to know, what is your favorite Guild Wars 2 content release? Why Living World 4? Living World Season 4 was my favorite story. Like, writing. Not my favorite content release. But if we're talking specifically about, like, which story release do I think was the best? I think it's Living World Season 4. I think it was the best written. However, like, I think Soto had the best features. Not good writing, but I think Secrets of the Obscure had some of the best features. There's an ARS Soul Beast that runs Longbow with bleed, poison, torment with barrage. How do you get poison and torment on your barrage? Honest question. I'm curious what was it, like a relic or something? Do you think Guild Wars 1 would be a good movie adaptation? No, the Warcraft movie failed. I do not think people would, I don't think it would do well.
Assemble the crew.
Ah, crap. Is this the same guy? It is the same guy. Oh my gosh, these pillars. I don't know if he's hunting me or if that's just bad luck running into that Soul Beast 3 times in a row. I'm gonna change to the shortbow build and see how I do. Oh. Wait, I downed both of them? That's a surprise. Honestly, I had hardly used the short bow in that encounter yet at the time when I felt like I won the encounter. It was, I think it was mostly just like I got a few condies on them and then they just didn't cleanse them. New Guild Wars info? Yeah, I just put it into, I should pin the comment. Hang on a sec. I just put it into a video format. Hang on. /pin new Guild Wars 3 info. Fresh today. Hang on. Dude, when I type something in Twitch chat, it takes like a minute for it to appear. It's crazy. I think he's downstate again. Yeah. I'm not sure if I can stop him getting revived by his pet. There's just so many mobs on me right now. I'm just cleaving as hard as I can on this spot. Okay, I think I got him. Yeah, I'm definitely a lot more comfy in fights where I can, like, run around a pillar and stuff like that than have a longbow and, you know, die in one hit. Oh gosh, wait. Who else is here? Where's the real one? Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah. There, all of a sudden there was like 9... Oh, wait, what? There was like 9 condies on me, and I could not, get to the problematic ones in time. Oh my gosh, I'm getting booped around so much. It's just so many people. There's so many people after me. Did that pin finally go up? Yeah, it did. Okay. Dude, I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I'm glad the stream is working, but it is not behaving well. I can see why shortbow druid is meta. So I think one of the big things is that when you're running Condi stats, you Condi, you just need Condi damage. But if you're power, you need power and precision and ferocity. So condition builds have an easier time getting vitality and toughness in their builds. So you've got a little bit more survival. And I am able to work with that. However, that was just too damn many people. There is one build where I think I would have lived there, but I wouldn't have won. I would have like gotten away. There's a Condi Soul Beast build that you merge with a Raven and or a Bee, and you have Shortbow and Sword Dagger, and it has a lot, like, you know, the movement skill I do with the staff. It has like 4 of those, so it's very good at getting away if it gets in trouble. Do I wait on this? Oh, they see me. Oh, the supervisor came over. She's invulnerable, so that's not good. It also has built-in dodge frames on Sword and Dagger. Dagger 4 has evasion frames while you are doing it. Sword I don't think does. I can fact check myself right now though. Oh, Serpent Strike has a 1/2 second evade during it. I don't know when it is though. For example, Great Sword 3 is like you charge and then you do an attack. And Great Sword 3 has a 1/2 second evade, but it's at the end. The last 1/2 second of it is an evade. Do you remember a skill called Shadow Form in Guild Wars 1? No, but I remember Shadow Form on Priest and WoW. Which class had Guild Wars 1 Shadow Form? Mug, if I wanted a PvE build that uses power and bows, what elite spec would I pick? Dragon Hunter is really good. 50 seconds. Yeah, I was spending a lot of time today trying to see if there was a way I could get Beast Mastery into this build. And what was that teleport? And short answer is it just seems to be not possible. Like, I feel the only meta build for World v World as a roaming ranger that uses Beast Mastery seems to be Soul Beast. And part of the problem is, like, Ranger has almost no baseline condition cleanse. Like, in all of these skills, this. That's it. And this has a delay on it, so you'll die before this works. Oh, I'm sorry, and this, but your pet has to be close to you. So they both have conditions. Healing Spring, but you have to hold still for it. The only way to get good condition cleanse on a ranger, like a core ranger, is Wilderness Survival, this trait right here. And if you take Soul Beast, you can use Bear Stance to take care of condition cleanse, and then you don't need Wilderness Knowledge, which allows you to take like Poison Master to really, really buff your poison damage. And then take like if you're going all in on poison damage, then you don't need the bleed damage trait. So then you can take Beast Mastery right here. And the Beast Mastery buffs work really good with Soul Beast because you're merged with the Beast. But with Druid, Beast Mastery seems to be impossible. I just really like my Druid. Uh-oh. Looks like that Char teammate over there was AFK and he just got popped. And he has been avenged. There's a Soul Beast build that has 100% uptime on 7 or 8 boons, involves a spear and a siege turtle. Really? Interesting. To be fair, you really only use Druid for support or Condi from personal experience watching Druids of War v World. They were pretty prominent for power DPS when they first dropped. When they first dropped when Heart of Thorns came out? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that was many years ago. They've gone through a lot of builds since then. Yeah, like, for example, the Condi Druid is relatively new in the grand scheme. Like, this trait here that makes the Condi Druid work, in the history of Guild Wars, it hasn't been out that long. Do you play Untamed at all lately? In PvE, I play a ton of Untamed. In PvP or World v World, I just enjoy my Druid more. That's the guy I just killed. I'm not going to chase him down unless he chases me. Is this guy about to attack me? He's playing me the song of his people. What does Untamed have instead of quickness in PvP? I can find out for you. Hang on. For those that don't know, most of the traits that provide permanent quickness or alacrity in PvE were nerfed considerably in PvP. Nothing. 3 might. It provides 3 might. This is the trait right here. It does quickness in PvE. Any ideas on what era ArenaNet plans to set Guild Wars 3 in? Yes. Our game begins shortly after Grenth becomes a god, but before the Exodus or the First Guild War. Actually, I should have gone for green water. No Doom. Correct. Grenth, so my understanding of the lore is that Doom was the god of, like, the underworld, and then Grenth stole his job. So Doom was dethroned. It's a prequel to 1 as well? Yes, it's like it's like over 1,000 years before 1. Guild Wars 1 happens in the year 1071, and this game is happening in the year, like, 100 BC. Whoa, 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 what? Oh my god, I might be dead. Why do I have revealed on me? No. I think I'm dead. That was dumb. That was the Harbinger. That was the same Harbinger that I let live earlier. And I went to revive that guy, and suddenly the Harbinger broke the truce. So muck that guy. I'm gonna kill him every chance I get from now on. That's the moral of the story. Do not show mercy to your enemies. Kill them immediately. They will not change. So Guild Wars 3 is before Guild Wars 1 and after Guild Wars 2. What? No, you're stupid. Doom went crazy for some reason. Probably because Grenth was trying to steal his job. I'd go crazy too. Ah, there's 3 of them. Dude, there's blue and red attacking me? Oh my god, this is so sus. Sandwich AF. As long as they attack each other also, then it's fair play. Otherwise, I'm like, yo, what the hell? It's not the... What happened? Okay, I think one of the NPCs died and this guy rallied. I'm targeting the Amalgam first, because if everyone else dies, I can't beat the Amalgam. So I helped one of the enemies beat the other enemy Amalgam, so that she was not the last one standing. I am in trouble. I'm in the baby gates right now. I am getting pulled around right now. Ugh. Okay, the other guy's running. Okay. That was rough. The net trap is Ranger Spear. Yeah, Ranger Spear 5 can stealth you and throw a net. Who's that? Ken, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. I'm really not a fan of using the Ranger Spear. Like, it's powerful in the right hands, but I feel like it feels really clunky to use. I don't know why this guy just shot me in the back. The funny thing about that, Net Soul Beast, whatever he is, like, he keeps getting away from us, but we can also kind of ignore him and kill other people. And that's the danger of being a tanky character in, like, a PvP game mode, is the worst thing that can happen is other people ignore you. And then what? Like, what good are you to anyone if you're alive, but they're all dead and you've lost the match? like I said. Let's see. That's why I play glass cannons. They're more useful. I wonder if this is the same guy as yesterday, but he changed his fashion. You guys remember that guy when I was at World v World yesterday? And he was basically just kind of like humping my leg for like an hour? And I couldn't kill him, but he couldn't kill me either, and he didn't do any damage. I wonder if this is the same dude. Yeah, I think he's full minstrel, which is like, it's all in on healing power and toughness. Just gonna go to Mistlock and go back in. Unfortunately, I've been dealing with this a lot lately. Seems like you have an admirer. Now I've got a paparazzi. For him, it is the most important day of his life. For me, it is Sunday. That's why you're a tank healer. If they ignore you, your allies live longer. No, we were ignoring him and killing all his allies. He was the last one standing. His allies all died. Marcus, the same guild tag from last night? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I feel bad. I think I'm going to miss the Fernhounds more than the Sylvari. Not that Guild Wars 2 is going anywhere, but not be very useful, but design is neat. Yeah. It happens. Yeah, I mean, like, if he's just a full healer, then I'm not going to be able to kill him. And if he just decides to follow me around and just keep bopping me for 1 damage, there's not much I can do about it other than just try to go to a different map or something. And if push really comes to shove, I can swap between NA and EU or swap game modes. Let's try that. What was the other? Someone said there was some way earlier to make Barrage do... Was it Torment? I know there are a lot of relics that are like the next time you use your elite skill, fire, blah, 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 blah. I don't know anything that adds to Barrage. Do we know there won't be other Sylvari? No, we don't. It's an assumption. Now people are mad about how Guild Wars 3 was announced and how the roadmap for Guild Wars 1 is announced. Who was mad about that? Is it just like one guy made a Reddit post and now everybody's like, people are mad? Let me play Dwarf? I mean, in the timeline, Dwarves should be alive at that point. Flesh and blood. It's on the forums. So one guy made a post. I mean, honestly, I can't fathom that. It's a product. If they don't like it, don't buy the product. You don't have to go whine that you don't like the product. So created a area underneath yourself, increase ongoing strike damage. People on the forums are never happy. That's because people don't go to forums to talk about how happy they are. You go to the forums to be like, you know, report a bug or worse. I'm browsing the relics. I'm just trying to find something that explains the trick someone was talking about earlier. Oh, wait, hold on. That's not it. Maybe that's it? When you inflict bleeding on an enemy with 6 or more stacks of bleeding, also inflict burning and torment. 20-second cooldown. It's pretty low damage for a 20-second ICD, though, if that's it. Here's Mug forgetting that the internet and rage exist. No, I haven't forgotten it. I'm just tired of it. I'm old, man. I tire of like I've been a parent already. I'm tired of hearing people whine. There was a couple of guys in map chat crying that ANET lied to everyone, telling people to not buy the space because it will fund ending Guild Wars 2. So basically, they don't know that, and they're just saying stuff that they don't know. I'd ban them for misinformation. I want female Coden playable. I think there's a very good chance of that. Like, the vibe I got from that trailer was that those were the playable races. So I think you're gonna get playable Coden. It looked like human, Asura, and Coden, and maybe something else that was human-shaped. We should go to the forums on a weekly basis and tell others how happy we are. And I love you, random citizen. The male in Fractals have different voice and no shirt. I just want to make sure my tune has a shirt. I mean, if Codens are playable, you're going to be able to do inventory and fashion.
This that new Guild Wars 3 thing? I not sure about. Back in my day we walked from Queensdale and took our time to play our games, none of this flying around nonsense.
Literally the game that has Queensdale does have flying nonsense. 0 out of 10 trolling. Thank you, Ad1J. Oh, that really hurt. Wow. Okay. Where did the guy go? Did he leave? There he is. What is he? Oh, he's a willbender. Okay, that explains the completely busted damage. My astral power is filling back up. Yeah, you got me down to 10 health when you attacked me the first time, but you sat around waiting for too long.
Getting ever closer to 100 months.
D-Doc, what's up, dude? Appreciate that. What is this? I got dazed like 3 times there. Willbender BS. Yeah, I might be toast now. There's 3 of them on me. Oh, this is the same guy. Okay. This is the same dude that's been chased. Yeah, okay. I don't really feel bad about losing this fight anymore. This is the same guy that's been stream sniping me for like 2 days. At this point, we know very little. Vlogs could have repaired reality, and this is the outcome. Unlikely, but they have carte blanche if they want it. Yeah. I mean, they're the writers. They can pretty much do whatever they want. I'm going to swap regions for a sec, chat. Well, not for a second, but it'll take a sec. I gotta say, like, since about like a week ago, I've really been enjoying World v World. Kind of like getting back into it for the first time in years. And it's like I'm starting to hit repeatedly the reasons that I quit playing PvP after 6,000 games. And it's just that stream sniping became so fucking common. It's just irritating. Are there any PvE legendary armor other than the crafting ones from Soto? Raids. Legendary armor is PvP or World v World or raids or the open world Obsidian stuff. Can't ANET nuke him for being annoying. I can't even report him. In World v World, when you click on someone, it's just it just says like green team bronze defender or whatever. Honestly, I don't even think it's a reportable offense. Like, he's running around and attacking me constantly, but just the way that he's doing it, you know? So, I don't think that anything can be done about it. Wait, what? Oh, on EU, I'm not on a team. Oh, that one sounds cool. I don't really care. It's not prime time in EU, so probably going to hit less people. Let's see what we got. Would changing World v World servers because you're getting stream snipe be considered abuse? Wait, are you saying like I'm abusing something by swapping servers? Or are you saying he's abusing because I was forced to swap servers? It's past midnight in EU? Yeah. Looks like there's a blob on the map, though. I can see him already. War v World doesn't have servers, it's teams. Yeah, I can swap between EU and NA, that's it. I can't swap the team I'm on. But I choose a team on NA and I choose a team on EU, that's it. That's all I can do. Are they? Oh, there's 2 blobs down there. I wasn't rendering the other one. When you swap to EU, does it cost something? Do you feel any lag? When I swap to EU from NA, like any of you can do it, but it costs gems. When I do it, it's an ArenaNet partner thing. So no, it doesn't cost me anything other than like a minute. Hey, Mugga Chat. Hey, Sisu. Hi, Chip. Stop being invulnerable. Holy crap. While running away, I lost all my health. It's not looking good. Oh, there's other people showing up. Don't think I can kill her. She's turning on magnetic aura periodically, and I literally cannot attack her while she has that up. And that combined with her heal, there's a lot of periods of time where my damage is negated, and then she does a lot of damage. I don't think I can kill her. Let's see what else we can do. Bought Guild Wars 1 Reforged during the sale. Yeah, everything Guild Wars is on sale right now. Other than Snow Crow's and Meta Battle, where can I look for builds? Crow just linked guildguild.com. That is a site that has a lot of builds on it. Uh-oh. There's someone coming. Oh, someone else just showed up. Alright, I was having a grand old time running the engineer in circles, but I can't do that with the other one as well. Magnetic aura. Dang. Almost. Almost. Like, he was not terrible, but that is the weakest amalgam that I have fought so far, because that was the only one where I think I would have won, if not for the other people. Most amalgams I run into, I get absolutely obliterated, so I was, like, really trying to get that kill. Because I've not found an amalgam I could kill in the last week. Mixed feelings about bashing dragons. Imagine taking Arene to that. Dude, we literally, the Guardians have a profession called Dragon Hunter. Imagine if the commander was a Dragon Hunter and how awkward that would be for Oreen. Amalgams are busted. They really are.
Cello Frag raided my stream with 682 viewers.
Yo, Cello, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome. My chat is not updating. Hang on, let me refresh my chat panel. Thank you for the raid. I really, really appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. It's rare that you finish a stream before me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are just doing some World v World and chatting about Guild Wars 3 right now. Although, those are friendly. Hon hon, hon 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 hon. He's been streaming for 17 hours? His stream title said 24-hour stream. So what you're saying is he's a liar. I'm just picking. I hope you had a good one, dude. I work at a hospital in 3 hours, so I wanted to be reasonable. Going to bed 3 hours before waking up to possibly do, like, surgeries and stuff is not reasonable. Sir, that is not reasonable. He's like making incisions in somebody, falling asleep. Are you serious? She was following me, and so I was like, okay. And she just ran over here. I wonder if she's a heal build, because I can kind of just, like, ignore her right now. Dude, all those boons. All those boons. Best part about Guild Wars 3 so far, chat. No guardians. No more guardians. I cannot wait for you to not exist. Hi, Chip. Hello. Now, does she gonna Signal to Mercy him or something? Nope. Again, what is the point of these tanky healer builds? Like, I mean, I guess she could stand on the point and I can't cap it, but it's like, she couldn't protect her teammates. Like, what is the point? Is that the same person as before? Single file, please. Oh man, that was such a long fight. I really like this pillar. This pillar was my lifeline for that. That was a fun one. It's the real one. Slash wave. Wait, who's... Oh. It's a naked Char. What is he doing? He might have been another healer or something. I mean, because there was a second player here with me, he died a whole lot faster, but... Jeez, the supervisor respawned. Oh no, she got rezzed. She got revived. They die a lot faster with the second player here. Condi builds complain about healers and Power DPS complain about Condi builds. No. Hold on. I want to very carefully clarify this. I am saying, what is the point of playing a super tanky healer if you can't even keep the people around you alive? That's what I'm saying. If you are playing a build where other people can ignore you and kill all your friends and everything you were trying to protect, what's the point? That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I mean, healers exist, but if they can't keep the people around them alive, like, what are they doing? That's what I'm talking about. Because like there was an interaction I had earlier with the Soul Beast that was he was chasing me around, just like bopping me, and I couldn't kill him. I could not kill him, but he was basically just like hitting me with a foam pool noodle for like 30 minutes. And while I was ignoring him, I kept killing any of his friends that came at me, and I was just like, you know, what the heck. Michael, what class do you think currently has the best diversity of builds? Something that they could play support role and World v World and PvE. I mean, there's so many builds that are out there that every class has a lot of options. Hang on a second. Really every class has got options here. Like in just World v World. Hold on, I'm gonna borrow GuildGen's website here. In just World v World, here's all the builds for Thief. Okay? Like, there's a lot of options for everybody. What is hitting me right now? Oh, it was like a cannon or something? Okay. Muck just realized Guild Wars 3 no Bram. True. I was gonna just stand next to him and wave, but the other person annihilated him. Oh, man. Counterpoint, no Timey either. I'm indifferent to Timey. I like, Timey I think is fine. Like, I don't think she's an annoying character. I don't love her either. She was a little bit of a... what is it? What is the term? Mary Sue? At that one moment in Iceberg Saga, when she's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I found out if I press this button, Primordus and Jormax show up and kiss each other and kill each other. Like, at that point, I think it was stupid. I think that was terribly written. But everything else involving Timey is like, okay, it's fine. You know what? Hold on. I just thought of one thing. You know how when we first met Timey, she was dying of, like, a degenerative disease? And then they just kind of forgot. Like, they even said in, I think it was Living World Season 4, she told Bram that it was, like, kicking in again and it was getting worse. And then they gave her some crutches in Cantha, which addresses a symptom, not the thing killing her. It addresses a symptom. And they just... like, I don't want the character to die, but it's like, you said she had a lethal disease and then just ignored it. So that's kind of silly. Oh man, I'm getting some lag. I am connected to EU right now though, so. At least have her be branded. I mean, I felt like they were leaning toward putting her mind in the body of a machine the way that Blish did. I thought she was using his research. But I don't know. Will the White Mantle be in Guild Wars 3? Oh man, I'd have to read their wiki page. I don't know if the White Mantle existed back then. Returning player, do you think the starter pack is a good idea for 15 bucks? You too can sign up for my Patreon and ruin my train of thought. What starter pack? Do you mean the... is that one of the, like, Steam sale things? Like, what's in it? What's in the starter pack? That guy is really making it his life's mission to come back and, like, teabag this person. It was the AFK guy I ganked? I'm aware, yes. Is he teabagging again? Oh my god. Man, I cannot imagine being that angry about that. I don't even know this person, but I'm gonna keep trying to revive them just to bring him back here. One of the rough things about a fight with a thief that drags out as a ranger is every time the thief steals from you, they get a heal. He does a lot of damage, but he couldn't kill me and I couldn't catch him. Like, full honesty. Gonna line his sight around the corner here. Okay, wow, you do a lot of damage. I'm guessing you're very glass cannon because he killed you in like 1 second, but you killed that camp in like 1 second, so... This person's a lot glassier, but a lot burstier than I am. Honestly, I would rather, like... I don't feel like I have much of a chance against many evokers, but if I had to pick an evoker enemy, I am picking not Toad. The Toad evokers, I feel like I can't win. The non-Toad evokers, I feel like I've got a chance. Maybe they'll slip up and I'll get lucky. You're veteran enough to play... Wait, what? You're veteran enough to play a different build rather than this LI build. I know it's a good build, but I would see you on some power action, which is not that boring to watch time to time. I literally, the first hour of the stream, I was playing Longbow Ranger. And then I swapped to this because I wasn't really enjoying how often I was dying on it, Kara. I wouldn't call this build LI. Like, LI is usually like 2 or 3 button builds for PvE. But it is one I enjoy a lot. I do enjoy the Condi Soul Beast build also, which has more mobility than this one, but it doesn't have any stealth options. And I like, you know, juking people with this, but I can't do those kind of plays if I'm playing the Condi Soul Beast build. The White Mantle was formed just before the Char invasion of Kryta. Okay, so White Mantle probably didn't exist 1,000 years in the past. There's a lot of greens up there. Like, is it quicker to unlock relics in World v World? It's pretty straightforward, too. Every time this reward track finishes, I get another relic of my choice. So it's a very straightforward process. I don't know if it's a quicker process. I guess it would depend on the relic. I just realized when I swapped to EU, my Bloodshed closed. I'd have to reopen it if I need it. We have every single resource camp on the map. What do you like about this build? It's got enough damage to win many fights. It's got enough survivability that I'm often not popped in a single attack. It can dip in and out of stealth from time to time. It has good mobility. Not the best, but good. So it's like, I've often got options available to me in every category, you know? Like, you know, some builds have no mobility. Some builds have no range. Some builds have no stealth. I have a little bit of all of those things. And so it's like, if I play right, I can get some things done. So it's fun for me. Like if I'm on a build that like doesn't have any stealth, or if I'm on a build that has no mobility, I usually don't like it. Or if I'm on a build that's full glass and I get popped like a balloon. Yeah, we're getting close to the point where I might have to swap back to NA just because of the time. Can ANET let us know if there will be PvP in Guild Wars 3? I'm pretty anxious. They've said zero about it, and it will be PvE only. I'd be big sad. Technically, they haven't even said that there's PvE. Maybe it's only PvP. You know? I'm assuming just as much as you have right now. It's an extraction shooter. Let's see. What's going on here? All right, well, to my LE friend, I'm going to bounce to some of the other maps, see what kind of trouble I can get into. Considering the game is called Guild Wars, I would assume there has to be some sort of PvP. We'll see. I mean, the name Guild Wars doesn't come from the fact that there was PvP. That comes from an event in the history of the game that was called the Guild Wars. And the Guild Wars 3 is actually going to take place right before the first Guild War. So technically, Guild Wars 3 might be the very first game to have Guild Wars. None of the others did. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 didn't have any Guild Wars. half. Make up a new Guild Wars 3 feature, please. You've heard of multi-classing? Guild Wars 3 is going to be the very first MMO on the modern day market to include multi-racing. You pick your parents. Maybe your dad was a Coden, and your mother was a Brick, and now you excel at DPS. Maybe dad was a Froglock and your mother was a Choya, and now you're a weird half-watermelon abomination. Only available in Guild Wars 3. How's that? Five stars, no votes. Don't give them ideas. I'm giving them good ideas. If it does have actual Guild Wars, that I want to see Choyas on horses riding into battle. I do want to see horses with no explanation as to what happens to them. Maybe in like expansion number 4 we find it, it's like the end of horses. Is that why we saw the fuzzy Asura? His mom was a Coden?
Techno_Newt raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Hey Techno Newt, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Oh my god, we've got like almost every resource camp on most of the maps. Abaddon took the horses. Horses were Abaddon's most devout followers, so he took them. There's not much to do on this map. We're gonna find out we were dumped in Tyria by aliens. That's literally the lore of the humans. That's literally their lore. Omega raid. What? I got raided? Thank you for the raid. I see Techno Newt raided me. I think I already said thank you for that. Where did humans come from? Some other world, and they mucked it up. I don't know. They were beyond the dark portal, and their gods brought them all here to become everybody else's problem. The gods didn't pay child support. Humans are worse than the Horde. They brought their gods too. Well, the Horde at Medivh that opened the portal, they didn't have a god that got them over to the New World. Wait, what? Why aren't those stacking? Look at this. I've got 2 different Castoran gearboxes. Last time I had 2 of these, it was like one of them, but it's stacked. That's weird. I wonder if they have different item codes. Updated for new map items? Maybe. Do they have different choices? This one goes down to Relic of Sacred Grounds. At a glance, it looks the same. Have you seen this new website to check Guild Wars 2 bosses? I am not clicking that link. No, I have not heard of that new website, and I'm not clicking that link. In fact, just to be safe, I am going to delete that from the chat, because I don't know what that is. What is there to check about bosses? Whether they swiped right or left on you? Sign up for my only bosses. Have you heard of the new website Bear Asura's New You? It's pretty good. No, I've not. Alright, if I don't see any other players by the time I'm done with the next camp, I'll swap back to NA. Hopefully the reason I swapped off in the first place has moved on. Mark, did Mesmer exist lore-wise in Guild Wars 3? I think Mesmers, Elementalists, and Necromancers have existed at least since the gods gave mankind magic, so I think there's a solid chance it's going to be there. How do you swap from EU to NA? Because I'm an ArenaNet partner, they gave me the ability to do it. Usually I do it for the purposes of like making content, like hanging out with the EU crowd or hanging out with the NA crowd. Tonight, I was doing it to get away from people that were stream sniping and being toxic, basically making the show worse. Have you heard about Joko? Joko, I think, will not have been born yet. Alright. Alright, see ya, Ellie friend. I'm gonna step out. But teenage Joko being a menace. Mm-hmm. Joko doesn't rise to power until 700 years after the gods leave the world. Yeah, but is that fleshy Joko or is that undead Joko? Like when he rose to power 700 years after, is that him alive or him undead? Hold on, I'm curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I don't know. These both have the same stuff. I don't know. Okay, what relics? Let's see. Visions of Eternity, set 1. Relic of the First Revenant. Alright, cool. There we go. Alright, got another one checked off for the collection, thanks to World v World. Sweet! And so we can work on the next one. Alright, let me swap back and see what I can do. Medica. Flashbang! Alright, chat. Watch the bacon for a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom because the server swap can take up to a minute and get a refill, and I will be back. Okay, I am back. Let's see, just a second. I am restarting the client. Muck, that was because it was from the one-time RT. Okay. Half-Life 3 finally confirmed. Yeah, man, it's on the way. So someone said that they would like to see me play a new build. I don't know how well I can pull it off because I'm very rusty at it. But I could try the Condi Soul Beast Roamer, which is, it doesn't have the same juking potential, but it does have way more mobility. And it still is, you know, the kind of build that, because it runs some Trailblazer, it's not going to get popped. I could try this. Wait, I'm trying to hide the bacon. There we go. Okay. Just take a few minutes to put it together. Bye, Jackals. Am I missing some context behind the bacon? It's an inside joke on the channel, but basically one day there was a guy that won a giveaway, and he kind of was making me thinking he was a bot. So I told him,
hey Mako Slash.
I told him, I was like, look, I'm about to give you a legendary. I need you to do two things. Tell me which legendary you want, because the giveaway was like your choice of like 5 legendaries. I said, which one do you want? And tell me your favorite food. And I was like, and he goes, Gen 3. And I was like, Gen 3 what? 4 of these legendaries are Gen 3. Gen 3 what? And he's like, bacon. And I'm like, Gen 3 bacon? And he stopped responding. And I was like, okay, I don't know if you're a bot or if you're just not paying attention, but you haven't told me which one you want, so I'm going to draw somebody else. And he literally didn't say anything else. So ever since that guy, like, Gen 3 bacon became kind of a meme on the channel, and we made an emote of Gen 3 legendary bacon, which is that right there. So that's the source of it. So it's kind of an inside joke at this point. He's not returned to chat. I don't even remember his name. He might have come back. I do not know. Let's see. I am gonna need another equipment template. I need a little bit more gems. Hold on, is there any PvP true solo? I can scrap set 3. I'm not really using set 3. All right, Obsidian Sanctum while we do buildcraft. Thank you, Magical Shotgun. All right. Okay, so go to build 3 and all right, we'll do that. Okay, so I've played a build very similar to the one I'm about to change to in PvP long ago, but never in World v World. So this might be an absolute train wreck. Train wreck? Train wreck. Or it might be a beautiful thing. I don't know. So let me set this up here. Either dagger dagger or sword dagger. We're using sword dagger for the mobility. For the non-ranger mains, a sword in the main hand has 2 movement skills on it. Dagger. And over here we want shortbow. Doom cleansing, hydro cleansing. Oh, do that. Apply to all. Doom. What is Doom? Your next attack inflicts 3 stacks of poison. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And then... Cleansing. What is Hydro? Damage nearby foes and chill them for 2 seconds when you swap to this weapon. I've never used that. Okay, we'll dabble. We'll dabble. Is this just full Trailblazer? I guess it's just full Trailblazer. Alright. Oh, I need to use the World v World infusions too. Alright, so this is gonna take a sec. We bought a full set of World v World infusions. The Ether Knight. So need to equip those, which give me just a very small additional edge. And you should all know about the edge. Upon using stance skills, cleanse conditions from yourself. I think he was actually using speed. So we're gonna do that, because we will have almost full uptime on speed in this one. Thought to check what people talk on the forum about quality of life initiative. Moke, what do you think about this? 1 mystic coin per world boss per day as reward. What? What does that have to do with the... I feel like that's completely unrelated. I feel like that's just people being greedy. Alright. Infusion, 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 infusion. Wait, one of them didn't equip. Infusion. Okay. The breather should get... Where's the underwater one? What does that look like? That's the swim speed. And... What the heck? Gotta change that. It should be using the fancy rebreather graphic, not that one. Okay. Alright. So that's it for the infusions. Trailblazer, Relic of Speed, Sigils, Runes, all that's done. Alright, build. Build is BM. Muckin' Wilderness Survival, just like every freaking Ranger build. I'm gonna look back through this in a moment and see if I want to keep these. Bear, Doyak, Griffin. I have never really used Griffin stance to huge effect. We will see how this goes. Bee and Raven. Okay. Alright, and then we gotta mess with the fashion here for a sec. That should be that. And then I want the short bow to not be like a shining beacon. Okay. Literally just a simple short bow is fine. I'm trying to remember what one I had on the other set. Let's do that for now. Okay, and this one, same deal. Something simple, please. Oh, I know. Where's the Khalid? Yeah. Nothing says Ranger like Khalid Bulg stuff. Alright, that'll do. Okay. So, We've got... Alright, so the idea behind this build, and we'll see how this goes. Wait, it didn't apply. Okay, the idea behind this build, and we'll see how it goes. It's a Soul Beast. When a Soul Beast is merged with their pet, any bonuses their pet would get actually go to the Soul Beast. So because we've got Beast Mastery, we get bonus stats, we get healing every 3 seconds, we get, what is this? It's a damage increase, 30% increased movement speed, even when we do not have swiftness, as long as we're merged with the pet. When we use our beast abilities, we can taunt nearby foes, so that's our F3. We've got movement skill on sword 2, movement skill on sword 3. I just fell. We can get swiftness from the short bow to go even faster. Let's see, we can pet swap while we're merged, so we can do movement with that, swap and do movement with that. So it's gonna take a minute to get all that. It'll take a minute to wrap my head around all that. Okay. Does swiftness stack with the merge movement speed? No. But basically, it's like, okay, let's say you have swiftness and the enemy like removes your boons. I would still have a boosted movement speed from the trait. That's the appeal from it. Also, it's like it's a freebie. It's right here. Okay. And then we've got lots of poison damage from Poison Master. So what is it? When you use a beast ability. So when I use Prelude Lash, so essentially if I can get close to an enemy, so you know, like I get in really close, I pull them in, I pet swap, I scream, which does a bunch of damage, and then I can muda 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 muda, which is actually the bee sting, which is more poison damage, and then that's like just a lot of damage without even using the weapon skills yet. This food and enhancement thing are adequate for this, maybe not perfect. Like they were perfect for the other build, they might be fine for this one. We'll see. But this build is very, very rarely going to unmerge. We are going to stay merged most of the time. We'll see what happens here. Let's go over here. If you've got, talking about movement speed, if you've got a trait that gives you movement speed, and you've got swiftness, which increases your movement speed, and you've got super speed, which increases movement speed, you just get the biggest one. That's it. So super speed would be the most, and then if that wears off, then you're at swiftness level, and if that wears off, you're at trait level. Alright, now, I am sure I will have some deaths while I am trying to build some muscle memory here. We'll see what happens. How do you find a guild for Guild Wars 2? Hang on, is that friendly or hostile? It's friendly, okay. Couple of ways. You can go into the group finder, and there is a guild recruitment here. It's relatively new, so not a ton of people are using it, but it is an option. Forums, Facebook page, there's a guild recruitment subreddit, I believe. You're welcome to join mine. Mine isn't so much about doing activities together, but it's a place where newbies can ask questions, get them answered, and mooch the benefits. So if you just want to join the guild just to mooch, I'm totally okay with that until you find a better one that fits your needs. But there's you got a lot of options. Lion's Arch map chat. Yeah, it also depends on the activity. Like, if you like doing raids, you might go to the Aerodrome, which is where people prepare for raids, and ask there, like, hey, I'd like to do raids, anyone recruiting? Oh, hang on. Sometimes people will use my efficiency link to copy my stuff or look at what I'm running, so I want to do that. Oh, wait, what's my underwater pets right now? Shark and jellyfish. Okay. Wait, what? Huh? Remove 10 conditions from self. Bro, what? Okay, the brown bear, for as long as I can remember, removes 2 conditions from the party when you use Shake It Off. But apparently if the bear's underwater, it removes 10? That is bonkers, and I never knew that. Shake it off.meme. It also says cures all, which is 13. Yeah, Signet of Renewal moves all conditions to your pet, which is 13 conditions, which is the maximum. And usually your pet explodes. One thing you have to be careful about as a soul beast is when you are your pet, all this will do is make, it will not do the condition cleanse while, so it's like a stun break. So you have to like unmerge, then hit this, all the condies go to your pet explodes, then you remerge. But it is a full cleanse if you do it right. That was a lot of dots. So probably like F3, F4, F3, F1, F2, and then start doing weapon skills. Did you notice they said the Guild Wars 3 would take place right before the Guild Wars? Yes. Do you think they might have the Guild Wars in an expansion? Possibly. I think that's a definite possibility. Seconds. I'll have to test that again when I'm not surrounded by other people, but that looked like a lot of mucking conditions, what I just did there. That was weird. Woo! Muck this script, I'm out. Muck this script, I'm out. Okay. That's a lot of red. That's a lot of communists! Where they didn't insta-CC you. They saw the wizard hat and they were like, kill the others. That one will deliver a message. Did they add a fractal where you play as a bear? Yes. Fractals are kind of like reliving a version of like a moment in time. And one of the fractals is called Kinfall. And you are reliving a moment where Jormag was corrupting the Coden. And you can turn it off. You don't have to look like that if you hate it. But by default, yes, you look like a Coden. Is it F1 for the dash? Yeah. Wow. Now, granted, it's over 16 seconds. They got tons of time to cleanse it, but this charge does 16,000 bleeding damage over 16. Neat. How do you get the fancy labels? Can someone help Kierheim out? I'm gonna see how well trained you guys are. All right, chat, here we go. That went pretty well. Now, she could teleport. All right, she did. Rod is a funny one. Well, ROT is for regions of Tyria, so. I tried to dismount him, but it didn't connect. Oh, I messed up the combo. I messed up the combo. I don't know how to play Soul Beast. Dang it. Okay, it's okay. He's even worse than me. There's no muscle memory here right now, chat. I have to build it. I was like, all right, I need to swap to the other merge, and then I just broke merge. I was like, no. Probably short bow. I'm still trying to figure out which pet and which weapon to have by default for the combo. Right now I'm thinking Raven into B with short bow in hand. Okay, what's going on down here? A Will Blender. Okay, I somehow messed it up again. I don't even know how right now. Should be F4, right? Yeah. Okay. Mike, it'd be hilarious if they announced the expansion focused on the Guild Wars and call it Guild Wars 3, the Guild Wars, and the whole gaming community just look at it in confusion. Guild Wars 3, Guild Wars 1. Oh, is that a clone? Ah, he interrupted my heal. Dude, where is the real one? There he is. Shoot. The Mesmer shenanigans. I couldn't figure out where the real one was for too long in the fight. Took too much damage. What DPS would a pure DPS player need to pull to get into raids? If the whole raid, if every DPS in the raid is doing 10k, the boss will die, as long as you're doing the mechanics. These days, though, I would say 20k is the low end of what's expected. Most people can do, like, well over 30 if they are very experienced at what they're playing. But I answer it like that so that you understand there's a different expectation between what is needed to kill the boss and then just like what people are used to these days. Look at his conditions. It's fun when it works. Yeah, this is definitely like a assassin and run type of build. Woo! Oh boy, yeah, you better run. Red's coming for you. Red's coming for you. Get him. Get him, Red. Get him, Red. I served him up. Silver platter. Come on. Nom 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 nom. Good job. I gotta wait on this cooldown to be able to burst someone again. 3 more seconds. Hello? 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 You used all your dashes. Woo! This is what I like to call a problem. Remember what I said? There was one build that could get away from crap like this a little while ago. This is it. This one has the run for the hills buttons. It has 4 very long-range dashes and basically perma-swiftness. You evaded the Willbender F3? It was 100% intended, whatever you just said. I feel like, hang on a sec. What was the other? Sigil of Doom, Sigil of Cleansing. Hydro. What was the other one? Is it Corruption? What was the one that was Corruption? Yeah. There we go. Now we can, like, build up the stacks. If I can keep picking people off. They just captured that. Okay. Are we having issues with the final drop again? Out of the, like, thousands of people that have been in my stream over the past couple days, there's been maybe half a dozen who've said they've had troubles with drops. A couple of them, the issue was fixed. Okay. If you claimed the drop and it did not arrive, exclamation mark no drops in my chat will give you the solution. But if that's not your exact issue, then you may have to open a ticket with Twitch. I got her with the Muda, chat. That was death by Muda. Red and blue fighting in a big blob over there. Mike, I trust you more than some rando. I see you using sword dagger. Would you say that ranger sword is primarily a power weapon? Yes. However, it does apply a cripple, an immobilize, and a, for what it is, a weak poison. So if you look here, so sword 1 is all power, sword 2 is damage and a movement skill, and it does more damage if the target is disabled, defiant, or movement impaired. Sword 3 leaps to the target, cripples them. If they're already movement impaired, it immobilizes them. It applies a poison and a cripple. So if you can, like, use the dagger 5, which throws a knife, and it does cripple, then the 2 and the 3 hit harder. What the heck? Okay. Yeah, I'm not running into your spirits to fight you, guy. My combo was not ready when this fight started. So I am not really prepared for this. Is he fighting? I think there's a red and a blue fighting over here. Oh no, this is actually a guy on my team. So anyway, yeah, you can use the main hand sword on Ranger with power or Condi builds. For Condi, it's mostly about the movement, locking somebody down, and it does a little bit of Condi damage, and it will do some power damage. If your power, the sword is movement and locking someone down, and it hits a lot harder just on the front end. Alright, so I'm holding back on my abilities right now because I don't want to get in a fight in the next 30 seconds and have them all the big ones on cooldown. What stats are you using for this build? This one is all Trailblazer. I was running Condi Druid earlier and someone in chat said, I've been playing Condi Druid for 2 days and they were bored of it. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll Soul Beast. No. So this is kind of a very highly mobile assassin. But less ability to... Hang on a second. So if the whole camp had been spawned, I would have line of sighted them around the corner and then used my combo to try to just, you know, melt everything. So enemy big blob right there. I just got a message from Cloud Mommy, and it says, your days are numbered and you shall suffer if I find you in the mist. Good day, sir. Joke's on you. I suffer from chronic pain. I'm already suffering. Alright, chat. Let me see. Oh no! Let's see. I was going to possibly, like, run up behind them, but then they turned and saw me, and then I was like, never mind. I want to pick the fight. I don't want them to pick the fight. I'm getting locked down a lot right now. Ooh. I think I'm dead, chat. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah, warriors are, in a big open area, warriors are among the most mobile things in the game. I remember when I used to do World v World, there was one guy that was with the blob that would run with us, and he would never use his Warclaw because he could keep up with us when we were on Warclaws and he was not. And this is before Warclaws pulsed out their speed to everybody. So even with me having all those dashes, I couldn't get away from the warrior, and he just kept pulling me back into his team. Evening might have been enjoying World v World, I see. For the most part. There's been a few bad eggs, but for the most part. nice line of sighting. But is it my team or the enemy? Looks like it's a friendly, so I get the chance to help him here. Can you show build? I can do you even better. If you do exclamation build in the chat, it'll have a link to my a page with my character, and you can look at all my builds that you want. On that page, this is currently build and equipment set 3. Explanation build. Explanation. Here's a link to a guide on it. You are fantastic. I know. Thank you. Note, I didn't make the guide. I'm just playing it. Valen and or Guild Jin made this one. Or at least made the... I don't know if they made the build, but they made the guide for it that I'm using.
Almost 4 now. It's been an exciting few days, Muck.
It is, yes. Yes, it has been an exciting few days. Thank you, Michaelis. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do here is run over here behind these boxes and pull them all in. Just on the boss. I got knocked down by the dredge. Knocked down again. Yeah, I think in terms of, like, sustained AoE damage, the Condi Druid might be better than this one. But it's certainly better at burst for, like, you know, just nuking down a single target when you can pick them off. Condi Druid seems to have more reapplications. Yeah, in ideal conditions, the Druid can do that big explosion of conditions every 10 seconds. But it's the one that requires you to hold still for. Are you running Rit stats? Trailblazer with this one. Everything is Trailblazer. So toughness, vitality, condition damage, expertise. So it's Condi damage, but with the the ability to take a few hits. Use Biomancer and the bird with heals feel better. That would mess up the combo. We're using the bird that pulls in and immobilizes, and then we swap to the other pet that allows you to do Primal Scream and hit everything you've immobilized. Like, that's the main damage combo. We don't want to mess with that. Dagger works. Yeah, Dagger is an option that does more damage. However, you lose a lot of movement. And in World v World, a big part is, the ability to kite. So... But yeah, I will freely say that Dagger, you'll get more damage. For sure. melee there. Also big heal. Yeah, if I need that. But yes. Can use Bio Relic. If I swap away the Relic of Speed and I swap the sword for a dagger, I'm giving up 2 forms of mobility. I don't know if I want to do that. Just sharing an opinion. That's totally fine. I'm just responding. So far, every 1v1 that I've had, I don't think I've lost a 1v1 since I went into this build. I've had some fights where like I was outnumbered and I ran away, and a fight where there was 5v1 and I died. The 1v1s I won. I don't think the proposed changes there would help with that much. I'm a bronze general. Oh boy. Do you think they will keep the weapon swap? I'm not a fan of it, honestly. If they do have a weapon swap, you know what I hope for? This is going to sound like such a silly thing. Whatever weapon I'm not using, I want to see it sheathed. So like, Path of Exile 2, The Witcher, whatever weapon you're not using, you can see it on your back. I like it. It's a silly thing. It's cosmetic. I like it. I want to see the other weapons like, you know, ready to go. Is there another person here? Oh yeah, there is. Okay. Dude, something is weird with that guy. I hit him with the bee sting and also with poison volley, and he got 0 poisons. It's like that corner he was in was blocking hits. You know, another weird thing about this build that's kind of nice. Like, my other build had part of this, okay? This food gives healing per second, okay? Signet of Renewal gives a minor amount of healing per second. For you and the pet, but we're merged, so it's just me. And then Natural Healing gives your pet health recovery every 3 seconds, but we are merged, so we get the pet bonuses. So I've got 3 constant, very small heals happening all the time. So you'll notice like there's a constant string of like green numbers coming off of me when I'm just running around with this. I like that part of it. I miss the astral form of Druid, but the sustain part of this is nice. That'd be cool if you have nice weapon skins. Yeah. It's like in Path of Exile 2, for example, like if you're using a staff and your other weapon's a crossbow, you see the crossbow on your back, and vice versa. I wasn't sure if he was really AFK. There was someone I jumped earlier today that I thought was AFK, and they turned around and beat the hell out of me. So I was like, all right, I'm taking this fight seriously from the get-go. I'm not holding back. Because this guy might be just messing. I don't know if all my cooldowns are up. I kind of want to jump this guy, but... Alright. I am having a hard time keeping a beat on this dude. Yep. You win. At the very beginning, he dodged an essential part of my combo, and I did not put out much damage after that. Alright, this is stupid. Let's do it. What? Oh, man. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is too many of them. Right when I started to engage, there was like a horde of people that like hit me in the back, and it like messed me up. What color am I right now? Green. Yes, D-Doc. I do still do weekly giveaways. Typically Tuesdays. There are exceptions, like whenever I do a sponsored stream, I typically give out like $100 worth of like gift cards on stream. And I did that this most recent Thursday, and looking at doing that again this coming Thursday. Because we've got 5 Thursdays in a row on this channel we're sponsored by GeForce Now. So getting that bag and paying it forward to you guys. Also, looking at a strong possibility, I don't know if you guys know a streamer named Sinvicta. Possibly doing a collab stream with him this weekend. We were both sponsored by a game called, I believe it's Witchspire. It's like an MMO themed around like witches. And we're going to be trying it out co-op. Ah, dang it. I ran in and tried to do Primal Cry to do some AoE, and it got interrupted, but it still went on full cooldown. Which is a big bummer. Have you played the recent PoE 2 patch? Yeah, I'm like at level 10. It's such a slog. I'm trying out the Huntress because I wanted to see her Ascension. And she is so boring in the early game, and it has been like an absolute slog to get through the early bit. That's all classes, though? I disagree. The other two classes I played before, I enjoyed them right from the get-go. Huntress, though, I'm just like, ugh. Let's see. We'll see if I get there. Lately, all my free time has just gone into doing more streaming because of the drops thing. ArenaNet's trying to kill me. Where did he go? Lost track of that Mirage. Ah, yeah, that Reaper's going down. I got him. I got him with the burst, but too many other people. Oh, this is that weird revived Soul Beast guy. I recognize his very flamboyant fashion. That's the guy that was, like, chasing me around for 30 minutes yesterday. He's not a threat, but he just, like, sits back and pokes at you. I mean, I guess he could be a threat if he's got, like, a horde of people with him, but, I mean, who's not at that point? Ah, they captured the fort. My heal got interrupted. Rip. Yeah, too many. Too many. Valheim 1.0 with the Deep North area releases. I don't know if I'm ever going to play Valheim again. And the reason is that you have to go through Ashlands. Ashlands was like, me and my son played Valheim until we got to the Ashlands. And we got like 10 hours into the Ashlands and he wanted to quit. Like, he was done with the entire playthrough at that point. And we were like, 50 to 100 hours in. So, I don't know. I don't know if I got more Valheim in me knowing that I have to go through the Ashlands. I've heard good things about the 3 Ascendancy. Varashta, Gemling, and Chronos. Seems like they knocked it out of the park with Sorcerers. D4 tomorrow? No. It's just going to be Guild Wars 2 as long as the Drops campaign is going on, Barry. It's too good of an opportunity. So no, we'll get back to our regularly balanced schedule of Guild Wars 2 plus other variety games once the Drops campaign ends. Haven't played Valheim. What's so bad about Ashlands? Imagine an island, and the water is boiling, and you're trying to get on your ship to this island. But while you're going there, sea monsters, both swimming ones and flying ones, are attacking your ship. If you die on the way there, your ship and all the equipment you had on you sink into the boiling water. And you have to make a completely new ship and a new set of equipment to try to get there again. So just getting landfall at this place is very difficult. If you do that, also, you can't reload the game. It's not that type of game. You can't reload. If you manage to make landfall and, get onto the Ashlands, then it's still going to be, like a pretty rough time. It's, there's lava everywhere, there's monsters all over the place, it's just a very hellish place. Hi, to Manson. Yeah, this camp is definitely easier on the druid build I had. God, everything in this camp stuns you. Ah, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh man, I'm not dealing with this. I'd rather swap game modes. That's the stream sniper guy. Nope. I know already he cannot kill me, and the only result will be him wasting 30 minutes of my time. New cool monk ascendancy been added to PoE 2. All the Ashlands are at the southern pole of the world, so it's usually a long trip, and then once you're actually on the Ashlands, it's constantly spawning monsters. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. I wouldn't know what to go for. Gemling, I don't really like for fantasy, but Rasha and Corda sound really fun. Honestly, after that camp, that made me like this build a bit less. It's definitely good for assassinations, but clearing camps, it felt certainly pretty clunky. What about doing some PvE? If I get in the mood for it, I'll do it. Do you think Guild Wars 3 should take risk in terms of content or rely on already established formula? That is such a vague question. I think that they should keep an eye on industry trends and, when necessary, definitely push the envelope. And don't be afraid to put a pin in that when it's required. That's my answer to that question.
So Battle Royale gotcha weeb skins with media tie-ins?
Sure. It's the same guy. Dude, he's following me across different maps. See? He's just... He's just out for my cheeks, that's it. His goal is not to kill me. It's literally just to prevent me from playing the game, chat. I mean, I don't even know what this would fall under. I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but... Let's see. They need a harassment section? They really do, yeah. And it's not like I can just take the name, because I can if something is truly, truly bad, you know? Like if I see someone in town and they're just like screaming racist remarks or something, I don't know. I can just like ping ArenaNet and be like, hey, this guy's a problem. But in World v World, I can't even see the name of the person. So I don't know how effective that is. Just tell Darkbringer. Darkbringer works in UI. I don't know if he has the ability to pull out the band stick, band hammer. I don't know if he can do that. Oh, wow, that was some timing. That was unfortunate. If you right-click on them and choose block or friend, I think they appear. I didn't know that trick. I can try it if it happens again. That's like the 4th or 5th time in the last like 48 hours. Didn't you have a problem with the maximum block list? Kind of. That's kind of a funny story, actually. Let me show you guys. So, this is the list of people that you have friended. Okay? This is the list of people you have blocked. If you notice, I don't have a long list. This is after years of playing the game, right? I got like a few dozen people. This is a list of people that have friended you. Now, here's the funny thing. All 3 of those share a cap. There is a... So, meaning, if you block too many people, you cannot friend people. If too many people friend you, you cannot block people. So, I have had so many people friend me that at this point, someone could jump up and down right in front of the camera and say, like, horrible things, and I can't block them. ArenaNet has tried to fix it for me a couple of times by like going through the list of people who have friended me and essentially unfriending the ones that are like no longer play the game, essentially. However, the problem just came back like a month later, and they've done it twice, and they just like don't respond to me anymore. They're like, no, man, you're just gonna have to suffer. So it's It's a relic of a system that was made 14 years ago, but it really only is a problem for people like me, Teapot, Lorenity, stuff like that. But yeah, that is a thing that exists. Unfriended immediately? No, you don't have to unfriend me. The funny thing is, when you're at the cap, okay, I'm at the cap, right? I can't friend or block anyone. However, people can still friend me. So I'm like hundreds over the cap. One person like unfriending me is not gonna fix it. And the thing is, like, on its own, it's not a big deal. But sometimes, depending on the menu you're in, you have to friend someone to invite them to your group. I can't do that. Or you have to friend someone to send them a gift from the Black Lion Gem Store. I can't do that. So I've learned workarounds for all these things, but it's kind of silly. Mike, do you know if the upgraded bag slot in the store will go away when the sale ends? It will go away at some point. I don't know when. Don't think I can beat this guy. He's too good. With this build, if the combo fails, it's like not good, and the combo wasn't even close to getting him. It's like, it's not a one-trick build, but it's really close. It's very close to it. Do you know if Guild Wars 3 will have its own launcher or only through Steam? So far, they've only mentioned Steam and PS... Was it 5? I think it's PS5. Ooh, yikes. Can you solo Tower Lords with this one? Probably. It has more regen, but it would take a long time. It probably would not be as comfy as the Druid one. Oh, this build doesn't have the piercing shots. My other build has a trait where short bow shots will pierce through a target and hit another target. This build doesn't have that. Oh. I wish they had a unified launcher. I mean, that could be kind of cool for, like, Guild Wars 1, 2, and 3. Oh, wait, I'm green. I forgot. When I was on the other server, I think I was red. Do you think Guild Wars 2 will die after the release of Guild Wars 3? No, because Guild Wars 1 has not died. When EverQuest 2 came out, EverQuest 1 did not die. Nope. Now, I mean, if they do it poorly enough, sure. I mean, it's a possibility, but so far they've, like, I've seen this sequence of events before with other games, and they're doing everything right. So I don't think that's going to happen. There will be people that will play all the Guild Wars, or 2 of the 3 Guild Wars, or just 1. You know, there will be diehard Guild Wars 2 fans that won't go anywhere. Heading out. Good night, Mo. Good night, Rods. Mug, we should all accept that yours 2 won't have any big content moving forward. Everything that has a beginning has an end. If you don't work... Oh my god, I'm sorry. That statement was so stupid it made me irrationally angry. If you don't work for ArenaNet, you would have no idea of that. Like, is it possible that they'll never do an expansion again? Sure, it's possible. But to tell others, like, this is fact, like, that's just not true, because you do not know. How did he evade that? This guy's really good with the smoke combos. Are you serious? He's good. I don't know if I could have been... Like, the other guy was just contributing a little bit of additional damage. But he was really good with the smoke combos. He was using Spear for some of the stealth. Smoke combos from the smoke scale for some more of the stealth. I'm not sure what the rest was. He might have had a third source. I kind of wish I liked the Ranger Spear. Like, it's solid for those, like, hit and run things, but I really don't like the feel of it. Mike, do you do mostly solo roam? Yes, by necessity. I have to deal with stream snipers a lot. There's been 4 or 5 today. And if I am with a big group of people, they will have a worse experience. Does he have 25 poisons? Wow. I'm toxic. So yeah, I mostly do solo roam because I have had times where I was running around with a group of people and we were getting stream sniped so much that the people I was with were asking me to get out because I was, like, causing them to have a worse experience. So it's like people were sniping and trying to murder me and other people were telling me go away. So I avoided World v World for a couple of years after that, and this is kind of my first time, like, really having fun in here again since, and I'm just sticking with solo play this time. I accidentally found you in World v World and went to your stream to be sure I was the purple Ellie. What's up, Alvos? I admit I don't remember a purple Ellie, but that is totally fine with me. We were talking earlier about changing my fashion for World v World because of people recognizing me, but the fact is, if they're watching my stream, I don't know that that's going to help at all. Oh, my food buff wore off. Uh-oh. Someone's coming over here. Three someones. That's not good. All right. If he catches me, I think I'm dead. Yeah, I think I'm dead. They managed to mount back up. That's it, chat. I went as far as I could. It's the same guy. It is the same guy that we reported earlier.
Is there a truly unbalanced underwater WVW build? You could lurk and be the abyssal creature of the deeps. Some people forget to even equip an aquatic build.
I literally, hold on a sec. Let me take a few screenshots here. I literally cannot block him to get his name. Yeah, what is happening here? It's someone that's basically been just chasing me for the last like 2 days. He's one of two people. They're all sniping. I don't know. Like it is really sus that someone is going to chase, you know, 3 people are going to chase one guy that far on the map. But I would not say that they're sniping just because of that. But that guy has basically chased me down, and his whole build is just minstrel and immobilizes. So he just like, basically he's an unkillable tank, and he just sits on you, does no damage, and he just keeps you in combat for like 30 minutes. What if chat chased the chasers? I would rather quit Guild Wars 2. I don't want to be a part of that, man. I would literally rather quit the game. I don't want to be a part of that. In Albion, it's common to cover your minimap on stream since it's a PvP game. I used to run that. It didn't help. Anyone who's experienced in World v World can immediately tell where I'm at. Let me see. Give me a minute here. Okay. Stream delay plus minimap cover would help. Stream delay would help, true. However, it would make it to where I could not talk to you guys without a delay. And the amount of people that come in and ask like new player questions, and then like I try to, you know, if I answer them later, like they've already just assumed I've ignored them, and then they've just moved on. Like, I hate to say this during like a big Guild Wars week, you know, and stuff like that, but if it was not for the drops, I would have either ended the stream or swapped to a different game. I would have just like gone to something else. Like, this is, it's very frustrating. It makes the game look bad. It's not fun for me. 10 seconds delay isn't too bad. 10 seconds delay, I mean, again, if, like right now, anyone who knows World v World knows what map I'm on, just at a glance from those. Let's see. When Guild Wars 2 was young in World v World, it used to be that blocking people showed the account name. I can't block people, though. Like, I showed that a minute ago. If I try to block someone, it says the list is full. Here, hang on a second. Let me see. Can I show an example? Okay. If I try to block someone, I see this. It's a second separate issue. There is a shared cap on the list of people that you have friended, plus the list of people that have friended you, plus the list of people you've blocked. And I've been friended by so many thousands of people, I cannot block people. It's a fragment of, you know, it's something from 14 years ago in the game. Oh, shoot. I don't have any, that's not good. I do not have any astral power. It doesn't generate when you are mounted. Is that that is the real one? What you need to do is, I know it's long and time consuming, is unblock everyone that you have blocked. You didn't listen. In the last 14 years, I've only blocked this many people. The issue is that thousands or tens of thousands of people have friended me. And that puts me thousands over the cap for their very archaic system. Unfriending would take years. I can't have that. I mean, I think, hold on a sec. I'm not sure if I can make them unfriend me. Maybe if I friend them and then unfriend them. Like, I don't know who this is. So, like, if I right-click someone and friend them, and then I go to the friends list, and then I find them here. No, that didn't even move them there. I have no idea where they... Oh, no, here it is. Okay, so if I go here and friend them, then I go here and find them and unfriend them. Yeah, it would take an extremely long time doing that 1,000 times. You could just play PvE. It's true, I could. What's up? Is it bedtime? Chat, give me just a moment. The boy's here. Let's see. We need to get AI to solve this friend-unfriend loop. Again, it's a remnant of a system that is from 14 years ago. It's the same guy. It's literally the same guy. This is the other one of the two. What? Yes. I mean, I could try... I filled out one for the other guy. I could try doing it again. I don't know what section it would be under. You're frustrated and you were in customer service, must be bad. Yeah. I mean, it's not... I mean, it ruins the show for you guys. It makes Guild Wars 2 look bad. Like honestly, it makes the game look worse. And so, yeah, it frustrates me. Like, if someone kills me in World v World, I'm like, whoa, okay, gotta avoid that mesmer. Like, that's it. But if it's just like someone is running around with a build that is specifically just designed to just hump your leg and cripple you for 30 plus minutes and you can't do anything, like, come on, that is fucking weird. That is really weird. And yeah, it doesn't just ruin it for me, it ruins it for like anyone popping in and like they're interested in the game and they're like, it's like, people that are like in like diehard PvP or World v World people that are just like complaining about the game being dead, it's like you kind of bring it on yourself when there's people in that community that do this. But you need to party up with a couple of others. That's the whole reason I'm not doing that. I've already told that story 7 times today. Get his name from his team? I can't. You can't message the enemy team in World v World. What guild is he in? The little thing was Stab, S-T-A-B. Both of the... There's 2 separate people that have been just chasing me around the last couple days. They're both in the guild Stab. Now, if it happens once more, then I'll just bail on the game mode for the night. Definitely a lot easier clearing camps with whatchamacallit, with this build than the Soul Beast one. Soul Beast one was just way more mobile though. There he is. All right. Find some PvE stuff to do, I guess. For any new players that haven't been here much, the reason I really enjoy like PvP and World v World and stuff is because I've done PvE for 10,000 hours. I know it all. You know, it's kind of like it's a script. I know exactly what's going to happen. You know, it's fun. But I've done it so many times that I find World v World and PvP very refreshing because I never know what my opponents are going to do. Unfortunately, as a streamer, that opens me up to this. So, have to deal with that. It's not a great solution, but I thought ANET partners can swap World v World servers. I did. This was happening earlier today. I swapped to the European servers until World v World was dead because it was too late in the day. And then I swapped back to NA, and then it immediately started again. Let's see. Is there anything going on here right now? Not that. Not a lot of events happening right now. Maybe the inquest column? Check on that. Have any long-term projects you're working on? I'm full leggy. After the last major patch, I had a goal to make guides on the 2 new legendary accessories, but I finished that.
System link experiencing critical failure. Aborting evacuation. Stat, pilot tampering suspected. Requesting Mark II for backup. Mark II request granted. Prepare for drop placement.
Mike, how many Legi 3 weapons do you have? Legi 3 weapon? If you mean Gen 3, I honestly don't like how Gen 3 look. They all look like Orien's butt. And I'm not a scaly. So I made one just to make a guide. That's it. Pexis says, how dare you, Arena's a great butt. Do you like the dragon variants? Some of them. Not enough to make any more, though. Like I said, I've already got full Legi, so it would just be making duplicates. Uh-oh. So I was... got myself in a weird position there to Spirit of Nature res a bunch of people, and then I was like, oh, I'm low health, no heal, and in a bad spot. Luckily the fight ended right then. Do you think Guild Wars 3 will have an Asia or Australian server? I don't know. I mean, historically, there was a point in time where Guild Wars had a Chinese server. I don't really know what happened to it or if it's still up. So I'd say there's a possibility, but I do not know. Muck, the chat bot's not working? Oh, great. One more thing. Hang on. I'm gonna shoot a command into both chats. Okay, so it's working on Twitch. I don't know why it's not working on... Was it working earlier in the YouTube chat at any point? I'm playing at 200 plus ping and those mirror chests are pure suffering. The mirror chest, oh no. Yes, it was? Okay. Then it might be a problem with stream elements. I'm not sure what's going on. Alright. We'll keep an eye on it. I would imagine it will reconnect the next time I stream tomorrow. But beyond that, I'm not sure. Let's see. So we got Shaman Chief. They do have Korean voiceover for Guild Wars 3, so it's likely they have a server there. Fix that inventory. I can make a dent in it while we're at the Chief. Have you tried Where Winds Meet? Did I? I think I did. Oh god, this game. Yeah, I played 85 minutes of it. Yeah, it was pretty. That's about it. I didn't really like it beyond how it looked. Especially that kid at the beginning. I don't want to go through that one right now. 194 heavy loot bags. Just watch the money roll in. He just made 50 copper. Ooh, 90 copper. Let's see. I can just toss that. Misclick. I wonder if Guild Wars 3 will use the same premium currency, gems. The way gems were handled in this game was pretty well received, so I wouldn't fault them for using it again. The Guild Wars 3 inventory system is anything like this. Operating it with a controller is going to be a hoot. I have no intention of playing it on controller. None at all. How do I overcome the grief of leaving behind all my loot and hoarded currencies for Guild Wars 3? Just pretend it's a different game. Because it is. Which Guild Wars 2 expansion do you like the most based on story and zones? Not Neos. That place is depression. Verdant Brink was really cool. Not like traversing it, but just all the blimps like impaled in the air. Just like looking at it was like an immediate story. I really liked that. A lot of materials overflowing. Okay, what else? Rawhide leather section. Where's that? How does Hall of Monuments work for Guild Wars 1? I can show you. Hang on. Okay, so there's this thing, and you just got to punch in the name of one of your old characters from Guild Wars 1. There's one of my edgelords. So in Guild Wars 1, there's different achievements, right? So if I look at mini pets, there's a bunch of little achievements here related to collecting miniatures, okay? As you get those achievements done, you get points. As you get points from anything, the reward meter will fill in, and you get stuff, okay? So this stuff is things that you get in Guild Wars 2. These are skins, like cosmetic skins, miniatures, titles, in some cases ranger pets, things like that. So you do things in Guild Wars 1, and it unlocks the rewards in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 both. Did those achievements exist before Guild Wars 2 came out? Hall of Monuments? I don't know when the Hall of Monuments was implemented. Eye of the North. Oh, yeah, of course, Eye of the North. Yeah, so the final expansion of Guild Wars 1, or depending on who you ask, the only expansion of Guild Wars 1. Okay, that should be able to do this. All right. Okay. It's faster just to use repairing canisters rather than type in that long name. Just consume the thing and be done with it. else we got? Nine siege spoons. Oop, misclick. Okay. Seeing if I've got any big money yellow items or orange items.
This is the only proper course. Now I shall break you.
Okay. I'd hope the new Hollow Monuments would tie all three together somehow. They mentioned the new one would connect Guild Wars 2 and 3. I was also kind of hoping it would connect all three together. But it's... the vibe I got from what they said was that 1 will give stuff in 1 and 2, 2 will give stuff in 2 and 3. So I'm not sure if we should count on that changing. What's this music? This is in game. I believe the track is called Timey's Game. What? Oh, skin unlocked. Okay, I can just get rid of that. It's funny, I actually get asked that a lot when I'm in the zone. Like, what is this music? I love it.
Affirmative. Threshold achieved.
Okay, defluorite is overflowing. You guys wanted me to clean the bags. Jade shards. Where is that? Silver ore. I'm getting like flashbanged by my own mail carrier right now. Got the chainmail gloves a little while back and saw you're using them too. What's up, Nightfall? Let's see. Salvage those.
I shall break you.
Yomok, how much it gifted for you to send me a Leggy item? Can't do that, man. They would call that real money trading, and they would ban me. And then you would get banned. But if you turned that money into gems and spent the gems on gold and then spent the gold on a Leggy item, that's allowed for some reason. You probably get it cheaper that way too. You have a stack of 250 sentient goblin rewards? Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Oh my god. That's a lot of auric dust. Get out of here.
Here's $10 to not send random people a legendary. You should fill random people's mailboxes with butter, though.
Yeah, that's way better. For sure. Howdy, Mike Chat. Hi, Druid. Okay. Well, we cleaned out like 150 slots in my inventory. We've gotten, we could probably leave it uncleaned for like another month at this rate. We cleaned up a lot of space. Where is, let's put that in there and the gift in there. Okay. Yeah, it's good enough for now. I've used up all the motivation I had for that. It's spent. Allowing RMT within your game creates incentives to bot your game and make money from it. It would create a very bad economy for the game overall. Yes. Yeah, if they catch you doing anything that they would classify... There was one time I was surprised. I did not honestly think this would be a problem, but I asked just like to be polite. And I said, like, okay, first of all, I want to be clear. I am under no disillusions that I am like the smartest content creator about the game, but I know a little bit about everything in the game, right? And I asked them, I was like, hey, can I have a tier on my Patreon for coaching where new players can, you know, basically as part of like them supporting me on Patreon, they can reserve like an hour with me and I'll answer any questions they got and try to help them out. And they were like, absolutely not. And I was like, really? And they were like, that would be real money trading. And if we catch you doing it, we will ban you and you'll be kicked from the partner program. And I was just like, okay, I won't do it. All right, geez. And that really surprised me because I know of plenty of other games like League of Legends and stuff like that, where people will do paid coaching sessions all the time. So I was like legitimately blown away by that. But I was like, okay, well, you know, I'm not doing it. You know, I don't want to burn that bridge. But I was shocked. I was like, okay. I wonder if they misunderstood and thought it meant carrying through content. I mean, whoever reviewed that request might have misunderstood. I typed it very plainly and clearly. I did not say I was going to, like, go raid with them. But it is possible they misunderstood, yes. Is that a partner issue? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was a few years ago that I asked. How long ago was this? It was a couple years. And you never really know like who you were talking to. Oh, nice. There is a lot of folks here. Should be okay. Well, I mean, if they tell me yes now, sure, but I'm not going to, like, after being told a long time ago, no, I'm not going to just suddenly just do it and hope for the best. I have a lot to lose. I had a 2-week ban and a forced name change without any choice for having the name Bat Soup Best Soup. That seems kind of silly to me. I can only imagine it is just like because of like coronavirus or something. And I'll say ArenaNet is a very PC company, and often like I like the, you know, people that I'm surrounded by when I'm playing ArenaNet games, but sometimes I do think it is, you know, they take it too far. And in that case, I would say that's kind of silly. IMO. That sounds anti-Chinese. What? See, I wouldn't have even thought that. I was just thinking like, oh, there was that whole thing with the COVID virus, the theory that it came from a bat. You know, talking about character names, I've got a short story for you guys. There was a fella that I used to raid with when I was doing the try-hard raiding in World of Warcraft. And he was playing a troll hunter. And his name was Gonzo Troll. Whatever. Okay, fine. And we were in the middle of a raid, and he suddenly gets kicked offline. And we're on comms, and he was like, what the hell? And we're like, did you get disconnected? And he was like, no, I got a pop-up that I've been reported. And we were like, what? And he goes, a GM just kicked me offline, and it says that, and he says that my name isn't like RP enough. And I have to change my name. And I was like, okay, then change your name. Just get back in here so we can pull. And the thing was, like, the thing that was really weird about this is we were not on a roleplay server. And anyway, he does this, chat. And logs back in. Like, he had a prompt to change it, and he does that. He changed it to Gonzo Trollio. And he logs back in. And we're on the next pull, and like, a minute in, and he gets kicked offline again. And the GM was like, I'm gonna give you one more chance to change your name to an RP name before I do it for you. And he's like, I don't know what to change it to. And the GM's like, you have one more chance. And he, like, a prompt pops up. And he changes his name to this. My RP name. Now, I'm an idiot. So he logs in, and I see Merp name has joined the raid. And I was like, who the muck is Merp name? Like, I didn't get it. And he was like, it's my RP name. And we were like, Jesus Christ, man. Fine. So we're fighting the boss again. He gets kicked offline the third time. And the GM was like, I gave you a chance. And just hit random. And then it goes, Husha has joined the raid. And he is pissed. He was fine with Merp name. He hated Husha. And he was like, what the f is Husha? And the guy's like, have a nice day, and closes the ticket and like cuts communication. And he was like trying to report it, and they were like, oh no, sorry, you got this name as part of a disciplinary action. Yeah, this you have to keep this for like 30 days. And so he was especially offended. He hated it. But he was Husha for the next month, and he was very bothered by that. And that's it. That's the story of Gonzo Trollio. Now you know. What was wrong with the Gonzo Troll? I don't know. Again, that was what was really weird. Is, like, maybe because Gonzo is a Muppet, and then Troll was the race he was playing, so it was just kind of stupid. But, again, we weren't on an RP server, right? Like, we were end-game raiders. We were not, like, in... What's that inn that had the reputation for everybody, like, cybering? We weren't that. I can't even remember the name of it, but we were literally just like, I think we were fighting Malagos at the time. The Goldshire Inn? Yeah, there you go, the Goldshire. We weren't in Goldshire. We were like in the Malagos raid. So it was odd. When you're on an RP server, your name has to be Sylvanius High Moon the Third. Yo, my name was Mukluk. My name was a shoe. So the GM was forcing RP names on non-RP servers? I guess? Again, like, I was a lot younger then. I was very much like, okay, well, there's nothing we can do about it. And I just want to do the next pull. I want to fight this dragon. But it was odd, for sure. It was odd. Like, how much longer will you be live? You're asking because of drops. I promise when I end my stream, I will raid someone else so you still get drops.
Jeff Bezos gifted me a sub, and I didn't even have to change my name to Marpy name.
What's a merp name? How's your voice? Honestly, it's quite painful right now. Earlier there was a moment when I got up to use the restroom, and I popped some ibuprofen. But I will probably need to wrap it up in the near future. For any newcomers here, usually my streams are until midnight, and currently it's 10:30 here, but the vocal injury is definitely putting a timer on things. What injury?
Sam_M_K gifted a tier 1 sub to my rip name Ice _. They have given 14 gift subs in the channel.
The short of it is I somehow injured something related to my vocal cords in December. And the more, it's like each day starts with low pain, and the more I talk, the more it builds up. And it's getting to a high degree right now. So I need to give it a break in the near future. But thank you for the subs, and the merp name one made me laugh. Muck, when did you do your famous war cry? What? The one where I just like, oh, like that one? That was just something I used to do whenever I would do a juicy glyph of the stars and res like 30 people. Saw Guild Wars 3 VOD on YouTube and found you today. Good to be here. What's up, Zero? Welcome to the community. I might not be here much longer tonight, but you're always welcome. Oh, they only got this one down to half? That's quitter talk. I love how
Tom Manson gifted
Tyler
a tier
Knoll
1
said
sub to RP Namer. They have given 1019 gift subs in the channel.
$1,019. Yeah, Tom Hanson's been a regular here for a long time, and I don't remember when the first sub was, but I've been streaming for almost 8 years, so... And he has thrown a few around. Instead of silent streams, we get pirate TTS. The TTS has a delay, though, because it's like, I finish fight, then I start typing, then I hit enter, and then it does the TTS. So imagine, like, I die, and then you hear taka 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 taka, and then silence, and then, damn it. Like, it's funny for a minute, but it, like, it gets old fast. It gets old real fast.
To be fair, I use a lot of them to troll you on Mondays.
I know. One, what do they call it? Yeah, like one resource or spore comet at a time. Oh no, it's like spore comet or alien comet. You pay for my bills, one comet at a time. If you accept that map change on your screen, will it separate you from your group? Yes. Yes, it would. It would put me in another copy of this map that might have failed the meta or might be done with the meta. Swapping the maps and getting the buff is excellent, but not when you're in the middle of doing a world boss. The terraforming special. Mm-hmm. After all the living worlds and DLCs now, which legendary would you suggest starting with other than the PCR? What's the PCR? The easiest legendary to get in the game is Acacia, the gloves you get from doing fractals. The second easiest legendary is Season of the Dragons. Both of those, you basically do achievements, then it gives you the legendary. You don't spend resources making them. After those two, it's truly whatever you want. Like, whatever seems like for example, let's say you love World v World and you do that all the time. Then I would say look at the World v World legendaries and do one of those, because it won't feel like work because you're there anyway. You know? There's some World v World ones, some open world ones, some raid ones, some PvP ones. What's the cheapest gold cost Lego? The two I mentioned that are given to you for free after you do a bunch of achievements. I'd vote the Relic. No, the Relic is not the cheapest one. Mark, are you excited at all for Fable? I love fantasy games, so I am willing to try the new Fable. But am I excited for it? No. I just played Fable 1 like a year or two ago, and I thought it was very meh. But maybe that's just because I played it way, way, way after its time. Hi, Mug. Hi, Cupcake. Oh, I should type. Breakdance. Oh, no.
Moranity raided my stream with 2,894 viewers.
Oh, she's trying to break another piece of me, chat. Thank you, Laura. I am going to be...
This month that'll be original. Let's score the fourth. This is Johnson Vance Doubles the third, about to kick all your behinds.
Okay. I am going to be raiding someone else in the near future. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A younger me would have been like, oh, look at all these viewers. I should raid another 12 hours. Yeah, 18 hours. That's right. But no, I not doing that. Not doing that right now. As you can see, we're fighting the wall right now. We were having a pretty rough time in World v World, so we decided to do some PvE. And it's so late at night. This is one of the only metas going on, so we're fighting the wall. Didn't someone do that sound already tonight? Nope. They get the patrons get to pick a sound, and they can do their sound once per stream whenever they want, even if I'm in the middle of a sentence. Nogdog is especially... Jesus Christ. Nogdog is especially good at interrupting whatever I am saying. Menacingly stare at the wall till it collapses. I feel that wall's got like 4 more minutes in it. It cannot withstand our stare. To be fair, I spare absolutely no effort to do so. You're very powerful, Nog. The man, the myth, the legend. First time making it to a stream. Your videos and tips always help me out. Much love. Hope to see you in Guild Wars 3. Still doing your thing when it comes out. Oh, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. Oh, I don't know if she's still here because I certainly raid and run all the time. Actually, just yesterday, I watched Lorenity's Iceberg video.
Tom Manson gifted a tier 1 sub to QVAL. They have given 1,020 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you to Manson. Welcome, Kuval. No more ads for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Laura, I was going through it and I kind of... Hold on. Where's the... I want to have the list in front of me. Let's see. LorenityYoutube. First of all, I did enjoy it. I was thinking, because you know how much I've played the game. I was like, I'm going to know everything in this video. And let me tell you, I did not. But I thought you might be amused by the stuff that I didn't know. Because, you know, like, oh, I'm Mr. Guild Wars here. What was it? Where's the picture of the iceberg? I don't know. Let's see. Quality armor, pocket raptors, high DPS, SAB, Snargle, Mystic Toilet, Steve, Praise Joko, Extra Life, Ellie Downstate, Old Lion's Arch, Choco Chars, Janet. I actually didn't know the origin of Janet. I knew that everybody called ANET Janet on the forums. I didn't know the origin of that, so I did learn something there. Horrorween. This was the first thing in your video I had never heard of. And you were like, yeah, these guys have been doing this every year for like 27 years. And I was like, I have never heard of this. I knew nothing about Horrorween. Let's see. The Kitten Murder, The Tunnel, yep. Long Cat, yep. Commando. Mingus, I'd never heard of Mingus. That was new to me. Bubbles Backwards, Maguma, Icepo 4. Icepo 4, before my time. So, I played the game at launch. I got bored of it, and then I came back like 5 years later, and I think that was like the Icepo 4 thing was during that time I was gone. I didn't know anything about that. Sneb, the marketing. The Abaddon, I didn't know about the Abaddon fractal. I knew that during the time I was gone, there was a vote for the leader of the Lion's Arch. I did not know that that was attached to a fractal. I didn't know Thaumanova was a result of that vote. Throwing the cheater off of a cliff, dude. When I tell this story, I call it public execution. So you were kinder than I would be. I did not remember Magic Find Gear being in the base game. I know about the toaster. I know about the Fungus Among Us adventure. I didn't know you used to do competitive Fungus. I wasn't aware that that was a thing. I know about Rampage. I didn't know about Quag and Deep Thoughts. I didn't know about Message from Susan. I was there for the second Black Lion Citadel spawning in, which was an error. I didn't know about the duplicate Lake Doric that was different. You talked about Game Masters having a different tag, and you said in all the years you've been playing you've never seen one. I was like, you know what? Me neither. I only know about the ANET tags. And I think that's it. Yeah. But I did watch the whole thing. It was a good video. I could just tell from the editing alone that you probably spent a lot of time on this, because you don't have a Noxxi to throw that at. So well done. Oh, you know what I should do? Hold on. Let me do my proper Twitch thing. I'm gonna link it in the chat. If any of you haven't seen it, it's just don't interrupt me, past Laura. It's just a huge list of bet you don't know about this for Guild Wars. It's just a massive list of bet you don't know. So I put it in the chat if you want it. It took me weeks to even write this script. It was a good idea. Yeah, what is it? There was a few. There was a while I was inspired to. Hold on, was it Did You Know? Yeah, I did a few videos on some specific things, like Did You Know This About Guild Wars 2? And the where was it? The Long Cat Legion, the least known Char Legion, which was the Long Cat Legion, and the Commandos. I have videos just like specifically. They're short videos, but I have videos on just both of those, and they were both in your iceberg. Wall staring contest. Oh, we won! We defeated the wall. Kind of wish we got the Abaddon fractal. Don't know what it would entail. You're gonna be Guild Wars 2's Krendor? Top 10 pointless things. Well, I mean, okay. Krendor had some very funny machinimas in early WoW. The Commando thing was such a last-minute gag, too. They had friends at another studio send over the assets, they slapped the ANET logo and stuff into the video. Yeah, but they continued the gag. They continued it. Like, there's still the Commandos were just recently in Guild Wars 2. So it's like, every couple of years, they do more. I should play the video. It's a fun little bit of Guild Wars history. Okay, here, hang on. Let's see. All right, I'm playing my own video. It's pretty short. It's pretty short. Do you know the story of the Commandos in Guild Wars that started off as a joke and then later became canon? In 2011, Guild Wars added an April Fool's Day questline where a Corporal Bane asks you for help. He is a member of ARENA, or Advanced Recon Eye of the North Assault, and is from a future where the human and the Char war has never ended. He and his squad were trying to travel to the past to save a certain Sarah from a time-traveling Annihilator Golem, which is a reference to the movie Terminator. But his team's Asuran Time Gate malfunctioned and only he and some of their equipment made it through. He asks you to don some of the gear and help him out. He explains that in the future, the Char fear a great hero they call the Gormonger, but you may know her as Gwen. Sarah is Gwen's mother. You join Bane, pursue the Annihilator Golem farther back in time, and save Sarah before Gwen is born to win the day. In addition to Terminator, the questline also has quotes from the Back to the Future and Chrono Trigger franchises. In the same year that this questline was released, ArenaNet also released an April Fool's teaser for a new class in Guild Wars 2, the Commando. A year later, in 2012, on April Fool's, a sequel questline was added from an older Corporal Bane to time travel again. The Char had one more trick up their sleeve and sent a golem coated in liquid magic, allowing it to shapeshift. You are given control of an older Annihilator Golem, which is sent back in time to when Gwen is a young girl in the Guild Wars pre-Searing. You enlist the aid of Prince Rurik and some other heroes in hunting down and destroying the shapeshifting golem, after which you walk your own golem into lava so that no future technology is left in the past. Basically the plot of Terminator 2. This leads to a few amusing conversations as well. Prince Rurik: I'll ask you a question only the real Brother Menlo could answer. What do you love most in the world? Sin. Possibly too easy. What do you fear most in the world? Also Sin. He's the real one, all right. And also, a familiar looking hero. Prince Rurik: I want to save Gwen too, but are you sure we shouldn't have sent someone to investigate that Char cauldron? Prince Rurik: not to worry, soldier. If it was anything important, that golem from the future would have told us that first, right? The Char investigation can wait a little while longer, I'm sure. Fast forward a decade in real time and hundreds of years in the game to Guild Wars 2 Living World Season 4. The dragon Kraukatorek has caused interference in the mist. Sightings of many strange events follow, including eyewitness reports of men armed in strange equipment exiting portals, declaring they're in the wrong location, and diving into another portal after. These are presumed to be the rest of Corporal Bane's squad, thrown off course during the first jump and landing 250 years in the future. They've been sighted in Jahai Bluffs, Skywatch Archipelago, and the Wizard's Tower so far. Our fingers are crossed that one day these brave soldiers can make it home. And that's it. That's everything I know about the Commandos. Yeah, they're pretty cool. But yeah, they were just recently in the game during these annual expansions that they started just a couple years ago. What about the Commando class trailer? I mean, yeah, there's that too. I used a little bit of footage from that when we made that. But yeah, they're kind of like it's kind of like an Easter egg in the background that doesn't really affect the lore that much. Like, they could easily, in Guild Wars 3, have somewhere where the Commandos pop through a portal, look around, say they're in the wrong place, and jump back in through the portal, right? They could continue the Easter egg there if they wanted. There's a remnant of the Commando if you paste this in game. Oh, I think I know what this is. Hang on a second. There we go, chat. That item code that he just linked me, it's the gun from the trailer. So, like, the game file is still there, but you have to have the code to pull it up.
But my work is not finished.
Oh no, Rat with M16. Band play. Hang on, grabbing a cough drop. Is this an event too? Yes! This is a very profitable one. This is called the Octovine. Basically, there's a city here, and this giant tentacle monster, like tentacles burst out of the ground and surrounds it. I say they're like vines, and it's like Cthulhu. And essentially, people are at west, north, east, and south doors, and you gotta break in on all of them at the same time. And once you break through the first Octovine, it will regenerate a minute later if the other three are not killed within that minute. So you gotta get them all low and kill them all at the same time. But afterward, the people that run the city are like, our hero, and they opened a vault, and it's got like 30 treasure chests in it. So this is a very popular meta, because it's not that hard, and it gives a lot of money, basically. Muck, you can stop stream early. I know. I am not going to stay up until 4 a.m. I would say maximum of 1 more hour, possibly less. And then we will absolutely raid someone else, so everybody getting drops will still get drops. You've saved us, feel free to loot the city. Well, I mean, no, we just loot the treasure room, not the whole city. Sous vide. Anything cool from Dragon Bash I should get other than doing the annual achievement? As someone who enjoys building up home instance and homestead, I made sure to get the Dragon Bash Pinata, because I can basically farm it every single day. But if you're not doing that, then I wouldn't worry about that specifically. Wait, Dark says there was a missed opportunity to have Sylvari that followed Mordremoth and others that didn't in Hot. That's a thing. Like, if the player is a Sylvari, they resist getting mind controlled. Canuck resists it. There's definitely some that get, you know, taken over and some that don't. Unless I'm misunderstanding your statement, Dark. Do we know the exact year Guild Wars 3 start? Here is the best info I have for that question. The game begins shortly after Grenth becomes a god, but before the first Exodus, before the Exodus or the first Guild War. That's what we know. Nothing like AFKing on your AFKing drops as your stream ends and then coming back and still being on your stream from the pass around. Let's see, last night when I ended the stream I raided Ape Junk. So I guess Ape Junk raided Laura or raided someone who raided Laura and then Laura raided me. Actually, a few people were kind enough to raid me today, so it might have been somebody else. Cello gave me a big raid also. Techno Newt.
Muck is inevitable.
I got raided by Connor. Yeah. Like, that's one thing I think most of us streamers that understand drops try to do is, like, we know there's a lot of people AFK farming drops. So when we are wrapping things up, we try to, like, even if it's a night, sorry, even if we don't always raid, we try to make sure we raid those nights so that you guys still get stuff. Muck, do you think Guild Wars 3 will have tank, healer, DPS? No, but I'm hoping it has unique support roles. But I don't think they're just going to do the Holy Trinity, because they said that they're going to, you know, be the next evolution of MMO. I don't think the next evolution is just going to have tank, healer, DPS. Will Guild Wars 2 players be able to reserve their name? Ooh. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I would certainly like to reserve my name, because I've been using it for a long time. I wonder if we'll be able to use... hold on. Question for the veterans. You know how you can have spaces in your name in Guild Wars 2? Like, I've got Mukluk space Twitch. I don't remember. Can you have spaces in Guild Wars 1? Yes, you can. Okay. So I wonder if they're going to do that again. Because there are many MMOs where you cannot use spaces, so it's just, you know, you pick one word and that's the end of the day. Spaces used to be a requirement. Oh, okay. What I meant was, I wish that if you the player, could choose to join Mordremoth. Ooh. Wait, what? So do a vote, kind of like Ellen Keel and Evan Nashblade. I think that would be difficult, though, because that would mean that, like... Because, you know, okay, there's 5 races, right? So let's say 20% of players are Sylvari. That would mean that they'd be making a whole separate, like, mission for 20% of the player base. That could be kind of cool, but at the same time, I doubt that they would spend development on that. Is there a Sandshark Ranger pet? Yeah. Where is it? The Ether Hunter. This right here. It's a shark that swims through land and it can teleport. You get it in Secrets
Trade
of the
request.
Obscure.
I give you sub. You give me referral code so I can buy GW2 expansions.
Expansions? Here's my code. Thank you for considering using it. It helps me out. Just to make sure, that is for the standalone client. I don't have a code for Steam or Epic. Chat, because ArenaNet has never given us Steam referral codes, kind of hoping that there is a standalone client for Guild Wars 3, because otherwise, I'm guessing it just there'd be no referrals at all. What does the referral code do? Because I signed an NDA, I can't just tell you exactly, so I have to be kind of dodgy. But I do receive some support from ArenaNet for every person that uses the code. That's all I can say. I scoured your Discord, but couldn't find it. No problem. It is there, but if you didn't find it, this is another way that you can get it. It's just asking me. You signed an NBA? Yes. I signed a National Basketball Association.
Here's another. Make it count.
So for the new bloods in the chat, each of the 4 sides of the Octovine have a different thing that they're trying to do. On this side, there is this big bomb, and you push or pull it into the big target. And you can see the 4 hit point bars over here on the right.
There's more where that came from.
You can say the timer has begun because one of the sides has already defeated their thing.
The Octavine is vulnerable. Attack now.
Do you think Guild Wars 3 Halloween of Monuments will come to Steam user? Halloween of Monuments. I don't know. I want it to. I think everybody should have access to it, but I do not know. Easy. And now everybody from all four sides floods in together. And we lag. And there's a whole ton of treasure down here. And 2 small events.
Why am I being... Be prepared to fight, hero.
Whoa, dodge! Oh my god, look at all those downstates. I saw the bomb. I rezzed 5 of them. I did my part. And now we get to open treasure. I was one of those downstates. Well, then maybe I rezzed you. Is it still worth keep playing Guild Wars 2? Yes. Yes, it is. Guild Wars 2 is still going to be getting support even after Guild Wars 3 comes out. So even if you hate Guild Wars 3, you can still keep enjoying this for as long as you wish. Hi, chat. Hi, guys. Well, this is a nice change of pace of camaraderie after the bad eggs that we encountered earlier today, isn't it, chat? Everybody here is just excited to be looting treasure. Hot was so good when it dropped. I didn't experience it until later. I came back to the game after Living Worlds. It was during Living Worlds Season 4. I came back to the game, and I was playing through. I played through Path of Fire first to get the mounts. Then I played Hot, and I was so confused. And then I played Living World. I don't recommend doing that, chat. Like, I remember we we were chasing Kaith because she stole an egg, and I'm like, what? Like, I can go to the store, I can buy more eggs. Like, why do I care? And then the commander's like, Bram, if she looks at me funny, or my egg, kill her. And he's like, gladly. And I'm like, dude, how serious is this egg? What the hell? Are we hyped for Guild Wars 3? Yes. Yes, we are. Muk, provide us wisdom, O Lord. Buy low, sell high. Someone in chat said I stay high. Wiser words never been said. Oh my god. Economy was tough. Kaith needed protein. Protein. She was gonna eat the egg. Swift, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Sam said, no, sorry. Someone said hesitant about Guild Wars 3, but if they let me play the bear race, I might be in. With how they displayed the information in that trailer, I really think that those were playable races. Think about it. Like, they might just be like, hey, look, Codens. You can't play them, but here's Codens. I really think those were playable races. So I think it's Coden, Asura, Human. There's a chance that one of the other races shown in that trailer was another humanoid, like a dwarf or something, but it might have just been another human. And then we do not know... I don't think there's only 3. I don't know how many I'm thinking there are, but I don't think that there's only 3. And I do not know how many that is. Bird guys, Tengu. Yeah, we haven't seen any sign of the Tengu, but they are alive during that point in time, so it's possible.
I got to imagine they're saving some reveals for hype leading up.
Oh, certainly.
They've learned some marketing since the taxi days.
That's a low bar.
Warmaster Spielberg sends her regards. And
that's like looking at a full-grown adult and being like, yeah, you've grown up so much since you were a kid and we caught you trying to eat poop. It's like, well, I certainly hope so. Like, what? Like, yeah, the taxi thing is a very low bar. It'd be cool if Tengu turns out to be playable. I think that almost any race is, other than Sylvari, is still a possibility. And I've even seen some people who think Sylvari is a possibility. There's a fan theory floating around the subreddit that there were other pale trees. Apparently there is a Sylvari NPC that I did not know about that comes from a different tree, which implies that there's other trees. And if there was one on Ur, who knows? You know, who knows?
Proto-Sylvari. Fungus people. Slime molds even.
Let's see. Mug, get the freak out. You didn't know about Malik? No. I either never met him or I forgot about him. I have done at least one of the, early game stories for each of the 5 races, but I don't know if I've done all of them. I think Tengu would be unplayable because adapting armor designs on their bodies would be too difficult. Disagree, but doing Tengu in Guild Wars 2 now would mean adapting thousands of armor pieces to them, which would be too much of a pain in the butt. But if you were doing it at the beginning of a new game from the get-go, I don't think it would be that bad. here's the thought. Trolls in World of Warcraft, their feet are weird and they don't wear shoes. So when you get a shoe slot item on a troll in WoW, it becomes kind of like an anklet. But so it's kind of like, if you imagine, like, you know, there's a boot. They just kind of cut off the bottom of it and they give them this part as like an anklet. So as long as they just plan for that, like from the get-go, they could do it. I know we probably will get Asura as a race, but if not, what would you choose? I need to know the options to answer that. I can only say that when I play fantasy games, I almost always pick something not human. So, like in Guild Wars 2, if Asura didn't exist, I'd probably play Sylvari or Char. In Guild Wars 3, if for some crazy reason there was literally just Asura, human, and Coden, I'd play Coden.
I saw some art behind Colin in the Future of Guild Wars 1 and 2 video that looks like plant people, but they look sturdier, stockier and taller. Especially intriguing is the female one looks bigger than the male, which is a nice twist. What if and dream with me here, we get Sylvari x Norn. Big tree-based people who are strong like oak. Timber mommies?
Dude, I was just kind of nodding, like, okay, until timber mommies.
And in the far-flung future of GW4, we've all reverted to crab. All crab people.
Omega prequel. We're just climbing out of the primordial soup. We're just crabs. Timber mommies, let's go.
Ya boily raided my stream with 90 viewers.
Oh great, he raids just in time to hear about timber mommies. Behave, chat. Thank you, you boy Willie. Appreciate you. You could tell I'm on NA because they're killing the ads. A friend of mine has a Sylvari named Hatsune Triku. I've got a few funny names on my ranger pets that chat named. Like my owl is named Albert Einstein. My bee is named Clob Jarby. You know, a name I fondly remember that I ran into once in WoW many years ago. It was a gnome, and his name was Show No Mercy, but it was like this. That one stuck with me. I remember a shaman in WoW I met once, and his name was Oprah Windfury. I think I got killed by him in PvP. In one game, I had a white dragon named Castle. Oh, nice. I don't know, Siphon. Muck, what's your chess rating? I am unrated. So either really, really high or really, really low. Probably low. I know how to play chess, but I don't really enjoy it, so I've never really put time into it other than learning how to play it. Have you heard of Olaf Olafsson, an NPC in the city of Olafstead? That's a real NPC in Guild Wars 1. It rings a bell. Was that the town that, like, Bram... Like, when you first meet Bram, like, the city's, like, burning down? It's, like, his home city or something? That's Cragstead. Oh, wrong stead. Okay. I think competitive chess uses the same glyco system as Guild Wars PvP, and if I recall, unrated players start at either 1,000 or 1,200. Oh, joy. Yeah, like, I know how to play chess. Like, I know what all the pieces do and stuff like that, but I don't know any, like, advanced strategies. How is a man to keep up with all these steads? I don't know. You gonna try to be a furry in Guild Wars 3? Well, currently it seems like 2 of the 3 races are furries. The smoothies are outnumbered. What's the new Guild Wars 3 info? It's wait, it was pinned. Did my pin go away?
What is the state of the fog?
Just a second.
Lockdown. But that's a fight I could win with my claws trimmed. Why? The artificers had a safeguard in case their creations lashed out.
So, Twitch is being stupid right now, but I did just link it in the chat. That's got the new Guild Wars 2 news in it.
Perhaps it will allow us to damage the bolts here. Sounds like a solution.
Was it Jackal's fault? No, like, I just tried to repin it just now, and it didn't work. So, I think it's just Twitch being weird. We've had a few weird interactions with the Twitch UI today.
On my signal, I will instruct from afar.
Pin denied. Yup.
A portal to the forge is open.
I was hoping we could have seen the fight between Doom and French. French? What lore do you know that I don't? Doom and the French? I knew that they were in Bretonnia and Warhammer, but this... I meant Grinth. That's a hell of a typo. You swiped Grinth and your phone said Doom fought the French? That is a wonderful typo. Grinth had backup, chat. Nobody knew it. Damn autocorrect. That was an amazing autocorrect. Doom, like, fighting Grinth. And he's like, you cannot defeat me alone. And Grinth's like, who said I'm alone? And then Doom hears this, hon, 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 hon. And he just does a slow turn. And it changed everything. Bonjour, Doom. This is stupid.
Mess around with Hull Garden, you get Westergaard. No better than a freebooter.
What did you mean by the Warhammer thing? So Warhammer, there's Warhammer 40k, which is like Space Marines and spaceships, and there's Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy has a bunch of different factions that are truly terrifying. There's demons, there's undead, there's rat people, there's orcs, and there's French. There's literally a faction called Bretonia, and they're like, au revoir! And they're literally just French. It's like, it's all these nightmarish things, and then the French. Try to help this guy up. I feel like we need some fan art now of like Grinth, but he's got like a French mustache and like a baguette in a holster, just staring down Doom.
You'll do nicely.
Like, do you guys remember for Expedition 33 those like funny French meme outfits that they had? Like Grinth in one of those.
What next, wizard? You'll need to power the forge. Given its present sedation, I imagine the pipe work is...
What is Grinth's head supposed to be anyway? A bird skull? I don't know.
I challenge you to approach the All-Seer without the sacred knife. First, you'll lose...
You know what? Hang on a sec.
And you'll die.
Let's see.
Got it.
AI mode. Can you make me a picture of Grinth, parentheses, the god from Guild Wars, but he is wearing the stereotype French outfit from Expedition 33 with a little stereotype French moustache and a baguette. Not AI. It's just for a meme. I'm not going to sell the thing. I just want to see what it cooks up. It's just for a meme, chat. That's all. This! Dude, I could have made this. This looks terrible. Is that even... I don't even think that's Grinth. I don't even think that's Grinth. That's what it did, chat. That's what we got, chat. This is why we have 5,000 data centers that are using all our clean water. This is it. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's Photoshop. Dude, this is MS Paint. Alright, we gotta laugh out of it. We gotta laugh out of it.
Wayfinder.
Oi, oi, AI slop. Deborah says, and as Grinth rose to the altar, empowered by his predecessor's magic, his followers watched, hanging on his every word. With awe, he would exclaim, "Ooh la la." Do you think ANET will use a time loop mechanism to bring Bram into Guild Wars 3? So we can kill him early? I don't know. You were hired for Grinth VA. Is ANET here to canonize French Grinth? French... If anyone's curious, Chip has been here the whole stream.
These things sure want to stop us, huh?
These bindings were cast by the All-Seer. It confirmed the Spanish arm too. Quickly, defeat her sponsor.
He's playing hard to get.
The Forge.
He's getting pets though. Mark, do you think because of missed shenanigans, the Sylvari could get lost in them and end up in Prime Ore? Yeah, maybe one. I don't think, like, I don't think that's enough for a playable race. Like, oh, there's missed shenanigans, this one Sylvari showed up, and then 20% of all the players are that thing. No. Mark, want to do fractals? Not at the moment. Just doing world bosses right now, but thank you. Ah! Oh no! I got dropped in the death juice. What event is this? Visions of Eternity, Eternity's Garden. It's the newest event. You can actually get a raptor mount skin from this one rarely. Oh my god, that hurt. Muck, how are you coping with the fact that Asuras might not be a playable race in Guild Wars 3? Are you kidding? Asuras look like they are one of the only playable races in Guild Wars 3 so far. It's all the Chars that are crying. Dude, look at this. I posted this on Twitter the other night, and I woke up and it had like 1,500 retweets. And the Norns. Yeah, but no one cares about the Norns.
But careful now. It's only growing more desperate to stop you.
I care. Okay, one guy.
Sierra summoned the Seneschals, defeat its protectors, and remove the chains.
I have heard 7,000 complaints about missing Char, maybe 1,000 complaints about missing Salads, and one angry Norn.
The chain was severed.
Rose would care if he wasn't banned. Rose loved the Norn ladies. I don't think Rose played a Norn.
The real question, estimate on how many seconds into the beta it'll be before we hear Matt Mercer?
I don't know. They certainly haven't asked me to voice any humans. Ah, crud. Too many bleed stacks. Do I need to use the bot? No. Oh hey, it's Mukluk. It's me! The corpse. Spirit of Nature, return the favor. Boop, 5 mana res. No. No, not this again.
Again, overwhelming to release the souls.
Oh my god, I got the freaking... The moment I landed, I was like, Untamed, unleash, ambush! Nope. At least the music is good. It is good. I agree with you there. Oh my god! I have, like, in the past, doing this meta, I think at maximum, I've gotten that effect on me like twice. And I've gotten it like 5 times so far.
We didn't see the head or bare feet of the hooded mystery party member. Horses don't exist by the time of current GW. This is because the Yuma Museum race left for Anime Earth after the events of Guild Wars 3.
Did you say Anime Earth? Oh, Uma Musume. Okay, okay, hold on. I recognize that word. That's that horse racing anime girl game. And there's that one that has all the memes that's just like absolutely crazy and she just like drop kicks the camera person. GG!
Once this curse is lifted, my own watch will begin.
Hold it, Ritlock! Look! Their shackles are gone too!
No. That better girl.
The All-Seer will throw every defense it can at you.
Beautiful creature.
The surrounding territory is held.
No raptor for me today, chat. I am raptorless. No new skin for me. In Guild Wars 3, do you think for Asura they will still have cool animation physics like the dodge roll in Guild Wars 2? Hopefully it's like Yoda in Star Wars 3 when he's just like flipping off the ceiling. You know, maybe they should, for the races, just have humans be a little bit bigger. Like, have the humans be bigger than humans, but smaller than Norns. And then that way the humans and the Norn players from Guild Wars 2 can be like, oh yeah, okay, that's mine. Just in betweensies. Like, instead of being 7 foot tall or 5'11", they can be like 5'11 and a half. And then everyone's happy. Depending on how deep the character creator is, like we may have huge changes in musculature, height, body proportions, etc. available to us, which means humans may have huge variety. Maybe. I remember when I made this character that I'm playing right now, I made him the shortest possible height because I thought it would give me an advantage being harder to target in PvP. It doesn't work like that, John. It does not work like that. Only good Asura is it? Whoa, Melbu. What the hate speech? Oh my gosh. Weren't the Norns around back then? Yeah, but most of them are in the super far north. So they might just be too far away from the story. Like, in general, from what I understand, like, the story's taking place here. Most of the Norns are up here. So, I don't know if we'll run into any or not. Like, I mean, they're the writers, you know? They could just make something up, but from what I know of the lore, they're pretty far away. So I'll say possible, but unlikely. I don't think we actually know where the Norn were pre-Exodus. Yeah, so all I know is that pre-Jormag chasing them down from the north, they were in the north. But if there was any changes during the time that they were in the north, I don't know them. I'm hoping there's good endgame PvE in Guild Wars 3, to be honest. Honestly, as long as the combat isn't atrocious on my PC, I'm happy with it. I don't think the combat will be atrocious, but we know it will be different. So whether or not we like it is going to be... It's going to vary person to person, right? Like, there's going to be a new combat system, and who knows? Like, Lorenity might love it, and I might hate it. You might love it, or you might hate it. You know, it's going to be something different. And we can try it out and see what they're cooking. I'm thinking if they only have 3 races, a 4th might be in an X pack. I really think that there's going to be more than 3 races. As many people have pointed out, there was a hold on a sec. I included it in the video that I posted yesterday. Hold on, let me pull up my own video, and I know roughly where it's at. Hang on. Okay, hold on. We're right here. All right, this. So they showed this, I think, to tease us. Okay, like we have seen that, and that. All the rest of these were new images, and right here, there is what appears to be a race where the females are taller than the males. And they're either very brown or they're wearing a lot of browns. So this timber mommies, there you go. So I don't know what these are. Possibly a hint at the 4th race.
Excelsior.
Humans, Asura, Coden, timber mommies. We've also got what looks like a little firefox, like a Mozilla Firefox right here. This is my video. This is the button. I just tried to hit that button to full screen the video in the video. We've got like another weird magic guy here that they briefly showed. Again, this is clearly intentional. You can see past me is inspecting this also. And then right here, here's the Firefox thing. Here's the Timber Mommies out of focus. Whatever this is, it's out of focus. And then we got this little like gargoyle magic gremlin thing with a chain for a tail. And there's the Firefox thing again. So they clearly showed this to us. Oh, I just realized there's like a massive like wolf thing here. They showed this to us clearly to kind of like tease us a little bit. But I am truly wondering if this right here is race 4. Right there. Not that. That's Bobby. Your options are Coden, Human, Asura, or Bobby. Bobby! That's my purse. I don't know you. Colin is so tall. Yeah. Bobby's 5'11". I'm bummed there won't be any Sylvari. There might be Timber Mommies. The armor on the tree mommy's back looks similar to the tapestry. Maybe. Have they explained why humans were brought to Tyria? My understanding is the humans were fleeing their old world because it was like dying or something, and their gods just scooped them up and then dropped them in Tyria, and now they're everybody else's problem. Is there any mention as to where the timeline this game is set? Yes. Shortly after Grenth becomes a god, before the Exodus or the First Guild War. Right there. That's what we know. like orcs from Warcraft. Actually, the orcs in Warcraft, Medivh on Azeroth, the human world, he opened the portal to let the orcs in. There's a whole lot to unpack there. But yeah, orcs didn't have their god pick them up and give them a taxi ride. They got invited in by one guy who was psycho at the time, who made the orcs everybody else's problem. Honestly, missed opportunity for us to witness the fall of Doom. I mean, it might be heavily involved in the story, having just happened. Like, we gotta worship Grinth. What? I worship Doom. 10,000 years of war. To the Church of Doom versus the Church of Grinth. Trolls were native to Azeroth? Yeah, I was just talking about orcs. Yeah, on Azeroth, the orcs met the rest of what became the Horde. The goblins, the Taurens, the trolls. The undead. Is it true Guild Wars 3 is action combat? They have described it as action combat. We haven't gotten to see it yet. So we don't know what action combat actually means yet. Do we know much about the Scavenger's Causeway? This? I don't. I could, read I could read the wiki, but I do not know what this is. I don't know anything about that. What will you do if Boonball is back in Guild Wars 3? So what I would do is right here, I would shed a single tear, and it would run down this cheek. That's exactly what I would do. I'm interested in momentum-based combat. Like, I can imagine having to dismount, move much like Guild Wars 2, but packing more punch. Yeah, the thing that makes me think about is the game The Last Spell. It's a turn-based game, but there is momentum on melee weapons. And if you attack with your weapon, you get bonus damage based on how much movement you did that turn. So, momentum is basically like your speed is added to the strike. So, it could be kind of cool if they did something like that. Last spell is so gas. What does that mean? I don't know. I can't even tell if you're saying it's good or bad. Anyway, I like it. Whatever. Just talking about that one mechanic, though. If movement is in the combat, then I would hope we wouldn't have to stack for boons. What percentage of people playing Guild Wars 2 will be able to run Guild Wars 3? I mean, we don't know. Truthfully, we don't know. We don't know the system recommendations yet. Are you excited about the new ore map coming? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited on all the Guild Wars stuff. Like, for sure, 100%. They already have the minimum recs on the Steam page. Oh, you know what? Hey, I haven't even looked at that. Let's see. Windows 10 64-bit. This is minimum. Intel Core i5-8400 or AMD Ryzen 5 2600. 16 gigabytes RAM. RTX 2060 or Radeon RX 5700 or Intel Arc A580 for graphics. 65 gig storage. That's actually smaller than Guild Wars 2. My Guild Wars 2 takes up 83 gigs. But that's with a bunch of expansions, to be fair. So 65 gigs at launch, that will increase as content is released and added. Its engine will surely support multi-core, which would be a boost for everyone. True. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is still built on an engine that was out 14 years ago, so it's not very efficient with your system resources. Storage will be doubled at least at launch. Devs aren't optimizing for space anymore. I mean, We'll see. We will see. Remothered game free on Steam right now. It's spoopy. Like, is it always free, or is it just free right now? What is this? Oh god. This looks like something Bluebell would want me to play. Oh god, I saw scissors. Oh my god, no. Chat, there's a free game if you want to just never play it. You can pick up. Alright, I added it to my account for never. Ugh. Probably play it next October. Do you know if it's like a one-time purchase or a subscription? Yes, Brotendo, that was unveiled today. It is a one-time purchase. It is not a sub fee, and it is not freemium. It is a one-time purchase. And I would imagine that if they release expansions, that those will be one-time purchases also. At least they're planning to make the game accessible with all the insane prices of PC parts now. Yeah. Yep. Guild Wars 2 at launch was like 20 gigabytes. That little? They also said no battle passes. True. They said no sub fees, no battle passes. Sort of Spooktoberfest is only 4 months away. That's illegal. Stream an unplayed game in your library Steam challenge one day. The thing is like I'm very fortunate with what I do for my work, but companies will send me game keys all the time because they just want me to play the game in front of an audience, and they're hoping I like it. And like this one, this just got sent to me. This one was just sent to me recently. This one was just sent to me. I've got a bunch of weird ones in here that are not even genres that I would usually visit. 290, wait, hold on, 290 megs. What does this look like? Oh, it's like little pixel art, okay. Yeah, alright, that makes sense then. Have you ever tried Tiny Glade Castle Builder? I have not, I haven't heard of that one. It's a cute game. I have Space Haven. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't played it. Let's see. Jimmy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Monk, have you seen a PC Gamer article? The Aeon 2 producer had some comments on Aeon 3's scale. Yes, we talked about that earlier, and it's in today's YouTube video. The thing is I would take those with a grain of salt, because it's like, to truly be able to understand his statement, we need to know more that we don't currently know. Like, some people are like, he said it's small groups, there's no worldview world, there's no world bosses, there's no raids, and it's like, we don't know that. There's a lot of people doing the sky is falling thing because of a statement the guy made, and it's like, we don't have the context for it. Can you share the link? Yeah, I still have it open because we were looking at it earlier. Here. Oh, I can actually put stuff in Twitch chat again. UE5 games only run poorly because most developers don't optimize. Yes, there are some UE5 games that are like stellar, and there are some that are terrible. It depends on, like, it's a tool. It depends on how well they use it. I will also say though that I would imagine the people at NCSoft will know less about the product than the people at ArenaNet who are building the product and interacting with it daily. So that's another grain of salt I would add on to his statement, is he might have just looked at it from afar. Run, smack, dodge, run, smack. Guild Wars 3, that is all we know, and it will be no sub and not a bid dumb gear rating thing. We don't know anything about the gearing. It might have the dumbest gear thing. I doubt it, but we do not know. It's really important to separate fact from just like people saying crap. And for gearing, we don't know anything about it. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. All right. Chat, I think it's about that time. It is about that time. Y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Even if you're just here for drops, I appreciate you farming them here. It helps them muck around. As always, thank you guys. Hit the follow button if you're here on Twitch for the first time. Hit subscribe if you're here on YouTube for the first time. There's links to my 2 YouTube channels in the chat if you want to see all the videos I make. And lastly, thank you to the patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do this without them. There's a link to that in the chat if you are interested. Shilling complete. And with that, I am going to, well, I said there's a link in the chat. There's not on the YouTube side because the bot's broken, but we will get that fixed. I'm going to raid someone in the Guild Wars 2 category. That way, the people that are AFK farming drops will still get their drops. And I see target sighted. Iron Maiden is live, who is a very nice person. I am going to raid Iron. She made most of the guides I used when I was learning the game. So I am going to drop y'all over there, and if you fancy it, I will be back tomorrow. Have a good night.